Alright, let's continue. Sure. I'm right. Where were we? There's also browse I see inside from my phone, so I could only catch bits and pieces of the reaction, but now I can enjoy it in full. Check it. Kind of the thread with the ICG results is got almost 100 pages now, most of which are solely devoted to ragging on Locke. Amid that, netizens widely acknowledge me as an unrated player. Those that aren't, mocking CHP renown, are guessing what team will sign me. Expected as much, don't gloat too much. Wow, someone your fan club is gonna explode. I'll have to give tips to whoever decides to manage it. Have you heard from any teams? Not yet. On my bunch of contacts were with CHP renown. Even if they wanted to get in touch, I'm sure they could. They should move fast or they'll miss out. Maybe you should go see if anyone at the KPGA office has a lead for you. That's a good idea. They probably want to hear about ICG while you're there. Reminds me, would you guys be willing to play in my tournament? Might help attract some good players to sign up. Like some kind of local meetup. Yeah, I was telling you about how I want to be a Star League hostess. She put it out. I have to get experience like any other job to get hired. No league or tournament wants an amateur host. We checked. But if I run it myself, I'll get a chance. PGA players aren't allowed to participate in non-sanctioned tournaments. Oh, well, I could try to organize it super secretly and then maybe you could join in. Where's the venue? Junior JI High School. High School. It starts thrusts her hands outward and does a full twirl here at Golden Sword Fire, apparently. Already asked Mr. Clark. He said he'd think about it. Looking for PC time? No, I want to ask you about your store. I'm Yuna. And call me Koo. Go ahead then. I see PC banks on every street corner, but I know almost nothing about them. What does it take to run one? It's nothing to aspire to, if that's what you're wondering. I didn't think it was. Sorry. What I mean is that I'm interested in alternatives, learning about them. PC fees almost covered the leaves. Vending machine sales keep me out of the red. Make it work while living in the office downstairs. And then been at it for half a decade now. Do you enjoy it? You can learn to enjoy the struggle. I've always heard that, but I can't seem to win with this test. That's different. What they put you kids through these days. Our government used to outlaw cram schools. Did you know that? Ooh. Cram schools widens the gap between those who can and can't attend it, and dulls the spark for those that do. I'll stop there. You and your classmates aren't doing anything wrong. This is the fault of us adults. No, no, I appreciate it. Hey, a little smile from zombie girl. So relieved to hear someone else say out loud what I only understand as a feeling. I don't have good advice for you. Those two might have more to offer you than I do. Just lie, Minseo. Many times have I told you to lie to these people. You owe them nothing. I'd have been way easier for you to run it at school. Your intense spirit inspires me, Jan. Don't let any KPGA teams hear you say that stuff. Speaking of, I'm off to the office. Wanna come with Chase Young? Pass. I don't think I'm ready for that yet. But good luck. Yeah, later. Right, we're going to the office. Korean Pro Gaming Association. Early a year ago, I stepped into this office. At the time, I was set to move into an overseas dorm by the end of the month. My braver win guaranteed me nothing but my license, but I was certain I'd demonstrated the qualities as an amateur should embody. A week later, I'd shattered my life's trajectory irrevocably. From our cramped team house, I reveled in my new freedom and shook with anxiety as to whether or not I made a mistake. Would I do it all again? I answered that question. I answered that question for myself as soon as I walked through those glass doors at the front. Without an appointment, I'm relying on recognition to get me past the waiting room and face to face with a coordinator. But I doubt the receptionist has a clue who I am. Yet, when I step forward to test whether or not that's true, I catch a glimpse of Coach Park far down the hall. Make this work. Coach Park. Hey, wait a second. But I'm too quick. She considers chasing after me, but decides against it when Coach Park's wide-eyed panic subsides. Ah, one. What a surprise to see here. Or not. I suppose after this we can... Congratulations, by the way. Can you help me getting a meeting with one of the KPJ liaisons? Coach Park leans back onto his heels, taken by a sudden thought. When he answers, it's with an uncommon vitality. I see. Well, I'm supposed to have a meeting with the vice chairman in a few minutes. Why don't you tag along? I'm sure you'll be interested to hear about ICG. As expected. Still, this turned out pretty well. Any coach might have done, but that it's Coach Park Coach Park makes things even easier. Agreed. Whatever I can do to help the organization. Great. Anyway, the conference room is right down this hall. Follow me. VGA building is just as impressive as any other corporate headquarters. With so many high-profile sponsors, it is important to show that our teams are worthy of bearing their names. Coach Park finds a seat in a waiting room outside of the office further down the hall. Whoever he came to meet must be busy. There's little for me to say to him. I don't want to rejoin CHP renown anymore. We wait in silence for almost 10 minutes before a man in a tight-fitting suit steps out of an elevator into the hallway. Coach Park rises, expecting him to wave us into an office. Oh my god. That the man surveys us briefly and takes a seat across from us. Says nothing. Eyes set on Coach Park. Oh, okay. Afternoon, Vice Chair. Hope you don't mind, but I brought a guest along. There's zero chance that the Vice Chairman of Operation recognized me, but I remember him well from my KPGA orientation. Of all the speeches I heard that day, he was mirthfully short and succinctly powerful. We may compete, but we're all in the city. Sungwon Lee, Vice Chairman. Bolt is my handle. Hmm. You have a license? He does. Sungwon took second at ICG Suhai last weekend. Christ. Who keeps letting our low-level talent outside the country? It was the only path forward I saw. I'm Coach Park's former player. Currently teamless. You cut this young man? Well, I'm in charge of the roster. The vice chair flicks a hand at Coach Park and then takes the documents that Park retrieves from his folder. As much as I'd like to take a shot at Coach Park while I'm in front of the vice chairman, I must stay professional. It's in the past. Right now, I'm more focused on getting back onto a team than anything. Shouldn't have much issue with your recent placing. I know that Shock T1 has space on the roster. I'm interested. My time on CHP Renown prepared me for a live like that. Coach doesn't seem to know what to say. What I see on his face isn't modesty, but embarrassment. His eyes still set on the page, Vice Chairman Cho answers the question of what Coach Park is doing here. At least they could do one thing right. Should have said so earlier, Sangwon, but CHP Inc. is pulling out of the league. And according to this, Renown can't afford to run past the end of the month without the title sponsor support. Wait, are you serious? Thanks. Vice Chair eyes me, and in that stare I see two things. One, quiet down. And two, keep this matter private. Oof. I didn't realize the situation was so dire. I thought Locke's excess seller run last season might have kept us going. It's a shame. There's decent talent on CHP Renown, but our team league's results were mostly underwhelming. I get CHP Inc.'s disappointed, but dropping the team entirely? What will happen to the players? That's what we're here to decide. 17-1-2. Bad for optics, bad for team league, and bad for stability. I can't believe I'm considering this. It should only be temporary. We'll find another sponsor as soon as possible. This could even be a good thing. CHP wasn't exactly a premium partner in comparison to some of the other team sponsors. My brother-in-law shares the distribution at CHP. Oh. Sorry. We'll move ahead, tentatively, and for the love of God, don't call the team KPGA Renown. Right. Thank you, Vice Chairman. Promise to reward the faith you've put in us. I'm withholding your KPGA salary until you fix the spark. Find a sponsor by the year's end, or you're out. Holy shit. Yes, sir. Will do. Now then, Lee. I put forward a recommendation to Coach Kang that should help you on your way. You did that for me? Just like that? Struck me as committed. I'd like to see more of that in our place. Loyalty pays in this organization. I am, and sorry, but I have something unreasonable to ask. Recommend Shea Young-sang for Shock T1 as well, please. No, she failed Shock T1 once before. Hello. Hey, Lynn. How you doing? I know things didn't work out, but Shea Young is a good player and can still be an asset to the league. I don't know what you think gives you the authority to say that. For as valuable as she should have been to our marketing effort, after just a few months, Song was impossible to work with. Then, another team? Anything you can do is important to me. When I offer a recommendation, I offer my honest feelings. In your case, it serves you well. In hers, it doesn't. If it's so important to you, ask Coach Kang yourself. That's all? Yes, sir. I understand. How you doing, Lynn? How you doing? Feeling better? Good. Before you go, I have a few questions about ICG. After answering to the best of my memory about venue size, sponsors, demographics, and personal numbers from last week, Joe stands and stomps into his office. Can you hear me, Lynn? Yes. Ask how were you? Hope everything is alright with you. Sorry, left for 1 minute. Ah, it's okay. You okay? Oh, by the way, I messaged you on Discord. I don't know if you saw the messages. How about you? I'm good. I'm good. My new motherboard is coming tomorrow. Have you seen the picture on Instagram of my CPU? My new CPU? I can hear the voice Sherman pound numbers into a desk phone through the wall. That went alright for both of us, I think. Yeah, I appreciate the introduction. It's nothing. I'll admit we're in a real slump though. If Locke can't perform, Chet is back on the market would make a room for her on the roster. Fun support could really help, and she's got it in droves. Think she wants to join Renown? You'd offer that for her after cutting me. I didn't think you'd mind after such a great offer from Shock T1. You have to understand that we could use Jess as more than just a practice partner. I could even play her in Team League right away. If you had asked before ICG, she might have said yes, but it's too late now. I won't let her join Renown. It's not in her interest. Don't take it personally. I'd feel guilty if this setback put an end to your coaching career. And see you checking out. Okay. Without waiting for his response, I offer a slight smile and then stroll out of the KPGA offices. Picking two goldens on fire on my way back to the Goshaman reveals that only Yuna stuck around. Find her with a chair wheeled behind Smoke's desk. She mentioned something about computer trouble back home, but a PC bank doesn't make much of a study spot. How long until the exam? 10 weeks? 82 days. 82 days until my life begins or ends. That wasn't a suicide threat. Stop looking at me like that. Well, being around you is off-putting. Gee, thanks. No, I mean that I was exactly like you, a little sharper around the edges maybe. But I remember what you're going through like it was yesterday. I follow as she makes her way down the steps onto the street.
You open the box. I came.
Hey Romano, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, mate. Uh-huh. Really? And in another life, I'd be doing all the things your parents expect you to next year. Not everyone but you and Che Young are mindless conforming drones. For me, this life is mandatory. I don't think that. If you're working towards the things you want, I've got nothing but admiration for you. I'm not, because like most people, I don't get to chase after the exact thing I want. I want to travel. I want my own house. these things are only released if you go to college in America, but my family can't afford it unless I get a scholarship. I know exactly how broken a system that mandates cram school is. If every student in Korea agreed to stop going tomorrow, we'd save our youth and our parents money. What's up, Aguma? How are you? I'm good, man. Feeling great. You know what? What I just bought earlier that probably is coming tomorrow, Romano? Try to guess. But that's the hand we've all been dealt. And it's play or lose. We are competitive and clearly thrive in a society that demands it. The rest of us are simply surviving. They don't call us the same. Jesus Christ. Motherborn? Yes, indeed. It's probably coming tomorrow. I just bought it a few hours ago. Then, and now I'm not gonna buy anything else after this until the whole bar up here is filled. I've wasted all my savings. When you get the test score you want, you'll change your mind. Oh, by the way, Romano, Weasel asked, not asked, suggested so I could put some sounds when playing bits. There's a panel down in the description. You can use them if you pay bits, obviously. No, I'm not saying to do so, but you can play some sounds that are there. Should look into it. You can, when you get the test score, if you want, you'll change your mind. I hate that you're probably right. Chloe parts at her door. Unit turns toward me. You're lucky to know Shay Young. He's like you. It makes our minor differences more noticeable. But you're right, I am. It's rare to have someone like that if you didn't know. Oh, cool, Will. Nice. What else I was gonna say? Can't remember what I was gonna say. Probably I'll remember later. Anyways, let's continue. She hangs on that and then retreats behind her door without meeting my eyes again. Pray this will be the last week I spend at the gosh one. There's nothing I want to remember about this place, and hardly anything to pack. Leaving me in the hotel room in Suhai was probably more of a struggle. That day in CHP Renown House is still with me, but I am a pro gamer until I decide otherwise. Pro gamer! Motivational posters say failure means giving up. But a relentless pursuit of the impossible isn't success. Nice. Even I, who could live on the dregs of my upbringing indefinitely, know the dead ends that way to life like that. Did I have to learn that, or was it in my blood? Either way, it's what led to me to come this far in the first place. Years. Sorry about the delay, someone. Come on in. I'll be honest, it didn't occur to me at the time, but it makes sense, and I think it's a sort of line the fans will dig. Come on, a pic of us with the flag? Here's grins wide, accepting the pen when I return it. For as formal a contract as this one, if everything surrounding my return seems remarkably casual. Commentators will call me a traitor, Prince. Nah, King Ang's the one catching most of the heat from the fans. Good, that's what he deserves. Jesus Christ. But we keep real personal issues like that quiet. That's a little too much meat for the netizen. Still, I don't know how to feel if a mentor turned on me like that. I can't promise we won't field you against him in Team League though. You're the one calling the shots on the Team League roster? Your spins the pen deftly. The feat a little too impressive to perform without an observer to appreciate it. Coach Gang works more like a team manager. We've built a culture heavy on initiative. You won't find set schedules or practice hours here. Not my job to call the lineup for Team League, but the guys defer to me because I got the best grip on who to field. Lots of other stuff like that on Shock T1. Hope you can adapt. Is it true you've got maid service? Once a week? CHP Renault doesn't? That's depressing. 200,000 a month isn't much. It'll add up with all your other expenses paid for. I made almost 30 times that amount with my $6,000 second place ICG payout. Still, it's better than what CHP Renown was paying me, which was nothing. True. Wait, you were a pro gamer partner, training partner, not receiving a fucking salary? That's fucked up. Even though that you have a house to live and food in your mouth. I don't know. That's kind of fucked up, if you ask me. This is Spears offers the final page of my Shock T1 contract. I hold a hand at him. Wait. I know this is something. Is there room for another on the roster? Couldn't have brought this up earlier? Who? Chen Young Song. Oh, her. I know he didn't well the first time. Do you know why? Do you know why it didn't end well? She has ego problems. She doesn't take criticism well. But she isn't team player. I'm surprised that you switched it with her. It is. Is it true she wasn't allowed to live in the team house? That was what the team wanted at the time. I'm not going to defend whether that was the right thing to do, but it was the majority decision. How could you expect her to be a part of the team if she couldn't feel like one? Really? Was she treated like anything more than a face to the market? She wanted to compete. I saw it, even if the management didn't. But it isn't enough just to want it. Even though it's turned out to be a huge benefit to us, Jet was the catalyst for us to set up the practice room at COEX. But she left before it was up and running. I didn't know that, but that isn't what I asked. I've got to say, I've got some serious guts to dredge this up. We'll convene with the team tonight. If you can sell them on her, she can join. I appreciate it. You wouldn't have asked it if it wasn't important. If she plans to live at the house, let her know it will hard to find privacy. She'll manage, I'm certain of that. True. What is this? Charity? I was doing fine on my own. I don't need your pity. Uh-oh. You push me towards the best version of myself. I want you as my teammate. I don't deserve it. What? Of course you do. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Okay, she's having a fucking tantrum. I need to refute that. It's wrong. When I try, my jaw locks. Bring a hand to my face and notice my lips are missing. Scream dies in my neck. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Turns away. Light edges into my vision. Then Wait. To my body, then my loose undershirt. I'm sweating. A hand goes to my mouth. Relief washes over me. Exhale. My new Shock T1 teammates agreed to take chat after some insistent convincing. What the hell do I have to be worried about? This is a nerd triumph for both of us. Single box I move into this place awaits on the desk. All my possessions, now including my contract and a tax form from ICG. Alright. Oh, fuck me. I dressed, gathered my things, and closed the door behind me for the last time. Okay? So we're leaving this house. It's too early to meet up. You better have good news. Penguin rubs her eyes and yawns wide, spreads to a nearby patron who has very clearly been here all night. I accepted an offer yesterday. As expected. Still, good to hear. From Shock T1. Well, they're a top tier team, can complain. And they want you as well. Oh wow, you're serious? I'm serious. Well, alright, I guess I owe you one. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. That makes us teammates now. No big change there. And they let you live in the time house. I made sure. That's great. Can call you good for nothing, huh? If you'd rather look somewhere else, I won't stop you. But you now we're even. Huh? What? Why would I? We both made it back in. This is why we hang out in the first place. Oh, what a bitch. She peeks into the box on my PC desk, poking through clothes and papers until she finds what she's looking for. My license. Look at that face. I'll bet you thought you would have a Star League win within the year. Now you can, and I'll be there to see you do it. You're there to do it yourself. This is a competition. You can move in whenever you're ready. No salary, at least at first, but you've got a bed on understation. That makes me a practice partner, huh? I'm going to take some time to think. You'll see me tonight. Run a hand through my hair, I guess that's that. But before I can head out. What's this? Get kicked out of your house or something? No, he went back into it, actually. He squints at the contract sticking out of my cardboard box, intent on the tiny text slashed across a half dozen pages. I see. Should I call you Mr. Programmer now? This guy's not as obnoxious as Smokes, so I can't complain. By the way, what's your real name? Couldn't have asked before you set sail for better waters. Friends call me Ku. That's not Korean. And you'll still see me around if you accept Minseo's offer. You're right. I'm half. I don't think I've got much to gain hosting her tournament, but I got nothing to lose. Maybe next month. Truth be told, running a PC bank is all business. Could use the variety. Must at least be nice to own your own business and building. I leased it, and the last set of PC because set me back. Running a PC bank ain't what it used to be. Everyone owns a computer these days. Yeah, and this is when the LAN houses and PC banks started having problems because everyone had a PC back home. Especially in Europe and the United States, the LAN houses actually kind of died off because everyone plays at home now. PC banks survived on Korea though, and other Asian countries as well. Oh, you're the exception, not the rule. I am aware. I grew up alongside the boom. You only know half of the story. Back then, right as everything was coming together, owning a PC bank was as good as it got. Once it was just the money. Everything was changing. Before then were bad times. We came out of it, and just a few later we got the internet. Breath of air for those gasping for freedom. The PC bank was more proof of the progress this country made in 30 years. But how much since then? It's a damn shame. What, before the 90s? I've heard all about what it was like for my dad. Things weren't so bad as long as you weren't a commie. Oof. Anyway, I doubt PC things will ever fully die off. And you're right, they didn't die off on Korea. But you can't expect something like that to stay special forever. Also true. Don't think too hard when you compare the PC thing and StarCraft. That's completely different. All I'm saying, change comes. When you're old and stubborn like me, it's not as easy to take. You enjoyed Canton? Kinda? Was fine. Good to escape the cold, lively, and not well organized, but no one aside from us outside seemed to notice or care. US outsiders. He sighs wistfully and fills the air to his left with ash. Well, most things change. Got plenty of time left, Walt. Go make that name worth something. Alright. Are we close to the end? Ready? As I'll ever be. Don't be nervous. Why shouldn't I be nervous? It's normal to be nervous in this situation. Because if you're nervous, you'll get a gray. What the Some of these guys were on the team back then. They knew both that the old me and the fake me. The KPG is old. Don't worry, the really you is worth getting to know. Before I end our meeting, I want everyone to welcome Shay Young Song back onto Shock T1. She's joining as a practice partner. To start matches with her if you're up against a Zerg. Teammate, welcome back, Jet. We'll do our best to accommodate you. Just let her know if you need anything. Oh, thank you. Promise I'll exceed your expectations. Please treat me like a normal member of the team. She bows slightly. A few of our new teammates seem somewhere between taken aback but suspicious of her polite manner. How's the new machine going? I still don't have it. I only have the CPU. The motherboard is coming tomorrow. Hell. Also, hello. Where was it? She'll show that she was worthy of a spot on the main roster. Trust me on that. I'm excited to see if that's the case. Now then, Bolt and Jet, make sure you familiarize yourself with the schedule. No set practice hours, but we eat and exercise as a team. Your jacket should be in next week. From what I've gathered, the truth behind no set practice hours means that players simply grind until they can't take it anymore. The peer pressure and competition for a chance to play in Team League is aptly fierce. Get it? Because his nickname is Fierce. Hell yeah, bring it on. Yes, I can't wait, man. Play actual fucking games and with good quality without problems. Anyone have questions or concerns? Shock T1 members shuffle amongst themselves, most either staring down Jet or clearly trying not to. Great! Team leaks this weekend. If you're practicing on a map outside the pool, you better have a good reason. The team breaks seamlessly when Fierce claps and turns away. Sheesh. One in the making and surrogate coach is on another level. One, maybe 2 more Star League wins and it will be undeniable. It will be permanently sponsored, at least as long as Fierce stays on. They share a laugh on their way to the kitchen. Jet watches, alone on the sidelines. When I step towards her, she answers my question before I can even ask it. I'm fine, just soaking it all in. By the way, Hell and everyone that is watching that I didn't say about it yet, we have a panel but down below the description. If you have beats to share, you have now you can share them with the new sound alerts. I hope you like them. I'm fine, just soaking it all in. But want to play? No time to waste. Oh yeah, let's do it. Can't I come inside, please? Chet and I keep being so correlated at the doorway. Letting random guests into the practice area isn't something either of us have the stars to pull yet. Not a good idea, especially this early. Chet will tell you all about it. I've seen enough male underwear for 2 lifetimes. I have to wake 30 minutes earlier than everyone else if I want to shower. Oh, that's so scandalous. Don't think I sound jealous. I'm definitely not. Oh my god, you're such a fucking ho! Fun girl. Ha! I just can't believe you live with fears. You know, if I could get a picture of his bed, the girls in his fun club would. Oh my. Pause! Tell us about the tournament. How's it coming along? We're gonna call it All Out Attack. Oh. Nice reference. Some of my classmates seemed interested, so I'm gonna push hard when we open signups tomorrow. Oh, and Axel said he tried to make it out. I know he must be busy practicing with A1. He'd be so happy even if he only swung by. It's a tall order for either of us, but we'll try our best to make it. It's okay, I know how busy you guys are. I've seen you on TV so many times already, someone. You're doing great. Fucking fun girls. I wouldn't call 2 for 4 great. But thank you. Did you catch that quarterfinal match between Long and Shane? It was crazy. Shane really is as good as they say. Yeah, and Renown lost their chance to qualify for the Team League finals a while back. On top of ICG, things aren't looking good for King Young. He's too storied a player to let a few setbacks like that to define his reputation. But AC inside is taking it as a sign that it's time for him to hang it up. I know, but don't let that devalue your win against him. I don't know if you've seen this yet, but Minsao digs around in her bag until she finds her cell phone. After a few seconds of frantic button mashing, she hands me what looks like a popularity poll. Oh my god, no. Look at that, you cracked the top 20. Not the same as the player ratings or anything, but people like you. I saw someone say you'll be the first Royal Roader in years. A Star League victory upon a player's first qualification to that tournament. A player who has all the Royal Road is called a Roader. Okay. Of course, the last was Locke's Royal Road. It's an unreal feat by all standards and something that just 3 players have accomplished in about 10 years. Don't hold me to that. Seriously, you can't even keep a winning record against me. Jet snatches me and says fun to take a look at her place in the poll. After just a month back, she's sitting just outside the top 10. Not that she's particularly pleased about it. Don't think that'll hold up if you qualify and face me in bracket. At least you're willing to give me standard practice. Everyone else has me running builds I hate and timings I'm unfamiliar with. Practice partner life in a nutshell. I'll give you some much needed breath. Chet shakes her head, skeptical. Before she can answer, Misao sneaks between us and slips an arm around Shay Young's waist. Is your comeback interview today? Try to shout out the All Out Attack if you can. Oh, for fuck's sake. Not happening. Through Minso's persistence, please, Shed shoves a hand into her backpack and pulls free a plushie of some sort. Once she realizes she's been pickpocketed, Minso's mischief turns to panic. I've been wondering what this was. Does it have a walkie-talkie inside it or something? Chad falls over the felt zergling, searching for a button or speaker of some kind. Hey, give it that back. That's his... Huh? Doesn't seem electronic. Is this really just a doll? No, it's just a doll. It's Smut. Oh my god, he gave you a name. Yikes. So manages to get her hands on the link, prying it away with more force than Jet was ready for. She cradles the stuff struggling protectively. Things were hard when the club lost all its members. Even though we're back in action, I'm still friends with Mutt and Probe Gun. I hope you're I hope you're taking care of him, Bolt. Oh my god. Why was the probe's name Probe, but the Zergling's name is Mutt? Listen, we're done trying to apply logic to this, Minsao. Minsao, you're unique, and I love that about you. But don't get caught talking to stuffed animals in public. When we don't offer any further judgment, Minsao nods and shows obvious relief. I thought we've been careful so far. Oh, and she admits it. What a person. Anyway, I'm probably gonna be late to school, but it was worth it to stop by. I'll tell you guys said hi. She and Jet share a quick hug before taking off. You want to practice before your interview? StarCraft, I mean. I don't think I have the time. I was going to head out right now, actually. You're coming with me, aren't you? I want to get lunch after. That's an invitation, I'll take it. While you're around, do you mind taking a trip to the store? There's a list of what we need on the whiteboard. Well, I guess not. Killer, thanks. KPG and production staff was back in the studio in preparation for tonight. It's no surprise. Tonight is the last semi-final match before the grand final. Here's fights the winner, either another protest named Zurz or Shing. Ors or Shing? Is it Ors? I can't. The audience won't feel until later tonight, leaving plenty of time for interviews or other production needs. I'm surprised to see that the journalist is about our age. Height slacks and the starchy shirt pin him as someone trying to take the job seriously. He writes for a popular esports site, though that traffic comes more for the discussions than the articles. This is slightly embarrassing. What? That I'm here? No way. Plus, I'm interested in what he'll ask you. I've done this a million times back before I took my hiatus. It's always the same. And it's not just an excuse to post a picture of me alongside their dumb articles so that nerds will click. It'll be the same tired questions. They either want me to justify the failure of Water Woman or vilify people who don't deserve it. Why can't they just ask me what they ask players like Fierce? You have to be fierce if you want people to fawn on your every musing. True. Then why bother interviewing me in the first place? Also true. Because you have a unique perspective and personality. Oh yeah, sure. Uh-huh. Okay, because you're a girl. Just shut up and don't think. Well, there you go. I follow her only so far as the front row when they move closer to the booths at the back. It's possible for me to hear them both, though I can only see chat. Exchange small talk for a bit until the interview dives in head first. Wow. So let's start with the obvious. Why did you decide to come back to pro gaming? Even though I haven't been on a team for the past year, I play StarCraft every day and continue to make my living with it. So I'm not sure I ever really left. I see. Then maybe it's better to ask why you left your team last year. I don't recall hearing from you in any interviews at the time. After a year and a half, I stopped enjoying my role on Shock T1 and want to take some time for myself. That's really it. And how that's changed? Yes, I'm trying to focus on myself as a player above anything else. I see, stepping out of the personality role. Should we not expect to see the name Jet as before? See the same chat as before. What about the 2v2s or female-only tournaments? Well, I haven't really thought about it. I wouldn't be against either, but it's not what I'm thinking about right now. What about commercials? were a big part of the Shakti one brand a year ago. Go from an icon to a practice partner begs plenty of questions. Like I said, I'm trying to stay out of the spotlight until I'm ready. Okay, shifting gears. What are your goals for the immediate future? I like to qualify for XSLs next season or the season after that at the latest. Pro gaming, yes. This is Korea after all, so pro gaming is actually pro gaming. This was, I think, is this the earliest? No, the late 90s? No, it can't be the late 90s. It must be the early 2000s. Yes. Yes, it's the early 2000s because Counter-Strike made an appearance earlier as well. So yes, early 2000s. I like to qualify for it. I like to also like to maintain a 70-hour practice week until then. That's quite ambitious. With the facilities and teammates of Ship T1, I'm certain you can succeed. There have been rumors that the StarCraft 2 beta might release next year. You plan to give it any attention? It depends on how our scene embraces it and if I find it fun. I haven't played it yet, so it's unclear I'll be any better at it than I am at Brood War. But I'm excited to see how foreign players fare. Fresh start might add some much needed worldwide competition to StarCraft esports. Speaking of which, you recently attended ICG in China. Were you happy with your performance? I wasn't. Zen is decent, but I played like trash. Holy shit. I want to ask everyone not to underestimate me based on that performance. I hope to show that in Team League soon. Shifting gears, aside from a few notable exceptions, women aren't typically seen at the top levels in esports. Why do you think that is? Oh my god, she called the fucking question. I had a conversation about that with a friend of mine recently that changed my outlook a little. Though I can't remember her exact assertions off the top of my head. More of us want to have to want to be pro gamers. Yes. Yes. For that, we need role models. But honestly, maybe it's better that we don't have them. Can you explain that? Well, this life is really hard. If I can convince someone not to want it, I spare them a lot of suffering. Ah, that's true. Maybe someday I'll be worth looking up to. Until then, all I can do is focus on improving. I hope it's okay for someone in my position to say that. Even today, there are a lot of female players. A lot of female pro players. Not in my country though. But then again, there is not a single pro gamer besides maybe Fox. Yeah, besides Fox, there's no professional gamer in my country. And if anyone from CS scene and shit are there are Portuguese teams with professionals. No, it's not official. It's not a professional gaming is not a thing in my country. Period. It's not recognized by the government, so therefore it's not professional. It's the hard truth, so it is what it is. If it's just a streamer, bro. It is the hard truth though. There is no professional gaming in my country, and and from the looks of it, it will take even way longer. I see. Then it is realistic for someone in your position to accomplish a Starleague championship. Young doesn't move. Total silence between them for almost 5 seconds. Yeah? You want me to repeat that? I don't know. I hope so. Well, if any human at all has a future as a Star League champion, it's you. That's everything I had to ask. Do you have any questions before I let you go? Red rises. He has his answer in her departure. We're going. Sure. Want us to get lunch before we go to the storm? No. The park. Are you coming or not? Jesus, she is pissed. She doubles over, each heavy breath billowing out into the morning chill. A gulp down the cold morning air, legs muscles roaring defiance and yet eager for more. Huh. Not. Oh, they were making races. Is that it? Wow. Yeah, let's do it. We tear our way back around the horseshoe path for the third time. I leave her behind and keep her there. Shay Young's heavy breathing, the only thing that lets me know she's following at all. Meter before the sidewalk ends and the grass begins, a crack in the concrete catches the toe of Jet's shoe and she falls. Hard. I skid to a stop, watching as she catches herself on the way down. Memento carries her in other stride and tears her palm and elbows. It's crowded in the park even the time of day. We catch a few stairs as I crouch down and attend to her. Oh god, are your fingers? I'm fine, it's just a scrape. Scrap. Just a scrap. She shows me her abrasion with a derisive look, as if I can't even feel this. Her face says, "You want to stop? At least go wrap that up or something." No, let's keep going. Oh, she fell. It only took 3 trips for me to regain something resembling the stamina I had a year ago. We started out close, but by the end she just can't keep up. You hear at least 2 full strides behind me once I pass the halfway point. Without trying to rub it in, I let up the gas. Her ragged breathing grows near, but not in time to close the gap. I turn to see if Young wants another, but she's already lined back up. Last one. Alright. Young heaves through her deep and counts 3, 2, 1. Push off the ground, sore but alive with adrenaline. Before I know how much to kick it up, I want to see Jet's pace. She pulls ahead right away, but not by much. I could leave her in a cloud of sweat and dust, but that's not what I do. Keep us neck and neck as we round the halfway point. Only once the end is in sight that I kick into full speed. Right. I take those last 5 or 6 tries hard enough that I overrun the finish by almost 10 meters. That felt good. By the way, Romano, I know and everyone else there is here. Today, I'm gonna try to finish this story and finish this game. But tomorrow I'll probably be back to Mass Effect. Or, 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 if the motherboard comes early, I'll try, I'm not saying I'm gonna do it. I'll try to stream me building the the, the parts into the PC. And then if the motherboard arrives later, like in the end of the afternoon or night, then I just will stream Mass Effect. I will just stream Mass Effect, and then the day after tomorrow, I'll build the new parts in. It depends on when the motherboard arrives. It will depend on that. I can't wait for the new motherboard and the new CPU, man. I just can't wait. You know, I never had an actual very good PC. Never, ever. Never had this much power or performance wise as a PC. I always had the lowest end all the time. All the time. I just hope everything works out well and and this is the very first step to an actual really good build in the future to provide you with better content and entertainment. And also so I can regain some love about gaming because even though I do enjoy streaming, I love streaming. My first thing that I would do every day, every time, if I could be streaming all day. But I've lost some love and some because of all the pressure, all the failure of gaming. Like recently, Back for Blood, it cost fucking 60 euros. There's not even enough content for $20, let alone the full price. Um, Battlefield, the new Battlefield is looking like shit. Dead by Daylight is garbage game right now, full of bugs, hackers, and fucking skill-based matchmaking that is making me try to uninstall it. I really need something positive, and this is it. I gotta grab it and make something about it. That is all. Sorry, rant over. Let's continue. Blah, blah. Where was I? Oh yeah. I think those last 5 or 6 rounds are enough that I overrun the finish by almost 10 meters. That felt good. What's your problem? Chad takes my jacket in a vice with both hands. Winded as I am, I don't over resist when she pulls me down to her height. Feel hers trembling, though whether it's from emotion or exhaustion is hard to know. The hell are you doing? Get off! She holds tight when I stand and try to push her away. In her desperate anger, she shakes me twice and pulls me back now. Chad exhales a months or may be a lifetime's frustration. You think you're better than me? Chad, we're in public. Stop. Everything is fine. It's not. It's an insult. Then don't get mad that you're losing. Why? So don't you have to feel any guilt? Fuck you. Make it hurt. How am I supposed to know you aren't doing the same thing when we practice now? Let her go. Don't do that to me again. And don't ask me to apologize. I don't want us to fight. Talk to me. Will you tell me everything's okay even if it's not? I'm so far from what I want, yet I'm told that it is fine. No one expects me to succeed. I'm scared that I'll believe it myself someday. I care about you, Shen Yong, but if you break our pact, I won't forgive you. I'm not talking about that. Not really. You are. Just like you said, give it your all or don't play. I am. You're the one who slowed down. I hate you sometimes. Stop comparing yourself to others. As if you don't? Then why race at all? I just run time trials if that was true. I haven't figured it out yet. Maybe because it's more fun with someone to chase or nip at your heels. Get second in ICG and 2 wins in the team league, and now you think you've got the authority to tell me what to do and think. Worst part is that you actually do have it. Winners get to decide what's right. Do they deserve it? Doesn't matter if they do or don't. That's what I'm mad about. Don't try to turn this around on me. It was your fault. What the fuck is going on? I won't pull any punches again. I promise you that. That's all I ask. I take that back. I want more lap. Okay. Hold up. Review time, boys. Clear-eyed and groaning, most of the team pulls itself away from the sprays of catered food, placing hands, scent of sizzling pork sausages, dumplings, kimchi, I don't know, and green beans waft throughout the practice area. The difference between CHP Renown and Shock T1 don't stop at team management and coaching styles, or even at the quality of food. Oh, before I forget, guys, I want to do one thing that I never, ever done in my channel. Close to the end of this month, I will do a subathon. Now, if the subathon will go well or not will depend entirely on you guys. Because I'll do my hardest in trying to entertain you. What? A subathon. You know what a subathon is, right, Romano? Subathon. You know, it's like a marathon, but subs. So I'll put a time for the stream, and every sub I get, it increases the time of the stream. Right? I'll do it by the end of this month. So, like, for example, let's say, hypothetically, I have like a 6-hour stream on the time, and it's going down. I get someone subs or someone gives a sub, and it will increase 5 minutes to the timer. And I can't stop the stream before the timer runs out. Would you guys like to see that? Would you guys like that? I still don't know what I will play. Probably a lot of games. Sounds cool. Yeah, it sounds cool. But the thing is with subathons, if no one actually subs or get gifted subs, I'll just do the timer that I set up primarily. And the subathon is not just for the entertainment of people. It actually helps the channel a lot. But I can't force anyone to like my stream, and I can't force anyone to sub. Obviously. That's an obvious one. Duh. I either get lucky, and people are generous, or it just will be a normal stream with more hours, I guess. Something like that. But I'll set a minimum of at least, I don't know, 6 hours? Is a minimum of 6 hours alright with you guys? I can't go higher than probably 12 or 14, because even if I do get a lot of subs for those, I still do not live alone, and I don't want any problems, okay? So, even if you guys are feeling generous and do gift subs and whatnot, try to... Before and foremost, I don't want you to spend the money just because. I want you to spend the money if you want to. That's the first thing you guys should know, obviously. Obviously. The money here is not the most important part. Well, it is for you guys, because it's your money, and you should only give it away if you want to. Treat yourselves always first, and never force yourselves to give me any kind of sub, okay? That's the thing. So, 6 hours sound good? Okay, I'll announce it on Discord once I have everything ready for it. The day and the hour I'll start. What will I play? I don't know. Games. I'll play games. That's what we do here, right? Play games. I'll probably do community games as well. Play with you guys. That would be fun, right? Cool. All right. I just wanted to tell you guys that I'll have to think about it a little though to choose the day and the hour to start. Again, I know you're tired of hearing me say this, but I really must say it, and I'll say it as many times as I want. Treat yourselves first, and don't you ever feel pressure to give me one single cent, okay? You being here watching the stream is already enough support. Alright? You cool? Yeah? Then I'm a happy man. Right, where were we? Version of living and working quarters sets expectations for how everyone is supposed to spend their time. Video chatting with a girlfriend you've been neglecting? Save it for the team house. 3-2 isn't what we'd like to see. SS5 might not have a king, but their roster run deep on their 2v2 team actually knew their stuff. So let's be there for the ace match, but AF1 won't go down that easy. Anyway, just the other day you said that 2v2 is pointless. I think what I called it was a distraction, but even that's wrong. Fact is, it counts whether we like it or not. Most teams are fine scrumming with cheese builds and gimmicks. They do alright, considering they're finally cutting it next season. Bye. That's just a rumor. Sorry about my match. I don't know if you want to run me as a sniper. Players sent out during Team League in order to beat an anticipated opponent. Snipers must have a defining advantage, such as map, matchup, or player experience to defeat someone their team usually struggles against. Until I can figure out a better way to get aggressive on these new maps. You're right, I don't. I want to run you under the 2v2 team. That news hit the entire team as a surprise, particularly the current 2v2 Terran Bilby. Are you sure? I have no experience with 2v2s. You have the right skill set and you play the right race. You need to shake things up, and I think PC teams are stronger than TZ teams. Whoa, the hell? You're gonna cut me from 2v2 just like that? You can just throw this on me with no warning. You're always bitching about 2v2s. Did you think we weren't listening? It's true. In little more than a month under the same roof, I've heard BLB complain non-stop about how 2v2 practice methods are. Makes it hard to qualify for solo league. Even though I'm throwing this on you, Songwon, I'm not unreasonable. If it doesn't work out, you can go back to sniping. If you're fielding Song 1, let me try out for the other spot. All eyes are towards Shay Young when she emerges from the crowd. Even as a murmur breaks out, she doesn't falter. I have experience with 2v2s, as some of you might remember, and I've grown a lot since then. You and Bolt might have some report. Wang's been committed to 2v2 for more than a year. I can give you his spot just like that. Actually, I'm fine with it. I want to give qualifying a serious shot before I retire. I've been wanting to bring it up for a while now. Wang runs a hand through his matted hair with a sheepish grin. No. In that case, I'm glad you did. Alright. I'm putting you both on the roster for next week. You're in the practice room, you're preparing for Team League. Whether you want to make up that time in 1v1 is up to you. I highly recommend it if you two have any intention of qualifying. Yo, Fierce, real talk, did you secretly recruit them as 2v2 players? A love breaks out, somehow it feels like it's at Jest's expense. Nah, just got an eye for plays that's set up. You might want to learn from that. Oof. Our teammate earns his own chorus of cheers as he mumbles something between an excuse and an apology. With the amount of subtle, Fierce moves on to the last few games. It's his own ace match included. I'm too focused on what the next week is going to be like to pay much attention. On the other side of the room, Jet only catches me staring at her once before crossing her arms and refusing further eye contact. When Fierce concludes the match review, most of the team refills their plates and sits around the kitchen table. But when Jet finds a seat at one of the many vacant practice stations, I take the one next to her. But you hated 2v2. I'm really not up for our little ceremony of insults right now. Proceed. Hating isn't the right word. I didn't like 2v2 and probably still won't like it. Then why volunteer? Don't tell me if it was for me. Would it be so horrible if it was? This is about righting a wrong. My failure to take 2v2 seriously lost Shock T1 a spot in the Team League final. Fans never picked up on it, but that was when the resentment started outweighing the novelty from my teammates. I'll be honest, if I had to partner up with someone I couldn't count on to help me see this through, I'd stay quiet. There's another benefit. It will keep things fair. You get a full week ahead with 1v1 practice otherwise. You're wrong if you think I have any intention of playing by your rules. No Star League champion takes her place by waiting patiently in line. Ballsy. When do 2v2 lessons start? Like I said, I don't have a clue what I'm doing here. Let's start with the basics right now. First off, it's against the rules for both teammates to play as the same race in 2v2. If it wasn't, basically every match would be Zerg versus Zerg, Zerg versus Zerg. Also, that's all the spectators would say. And that's more or less just because Zerglings are so fast, right? Why don't we design maps that negate that advantage? Trust me, they've tried. Anyway, the two best team compositions are Zerg and Protoss. And Zerg and Random. Still don't know why the latter is allowed. A third of the time you coin flip Zerg and get a free win. A third of the time you get Terran and probably lose. And the last third of the time the game's on even footing. I'm ideologically opposed to a Zerg and Random team comp, so we'll only worry about it if our opponents try it. Also, a Zerg and Terra team comp might be the weakest viable team comp, but don't underestimate it. I'm guessing that this is what Fierce was talking about when we mentioned my skill set. Right. Really important that you can handle a rush, especially since Protoss is easier to isolate and pick off. So what's our game plan? Our styles aren't similar at all. You'll need to scream or ladder to find out for sure. But I already have an idea how we're going to play. By the way, the color of the team, green. Bleh, bleh. It's called Shock T1. The color is fucking green. With a shitty ass design. And before you say something, Lynn, no, I don't care about your green ass on chat. I'm being a little mean. Nothing. I pretend I said nothing. What? Nothing. I'm just messing with you. I was gonna say something. Forgot. Didn't hear what you said. Oh, then what's the point? I said that the color of the team being green is kind of bleh. And then I said, don't get insulted, Lynn, because you're green as well on chat. Okay? Look at the design of the fucking team, of the jacket. You think that's good? Fucking 3 green stripes and then all green all the way on the sleeves. What is that? They'll have no idea what to expect. Make sure of that. Oh look, guys made it! It's a fucking fun girl all over again. Hey Una, Jetable are here. Keep it down. Don't forget we could get in trouble if a KPGA type catches wind. Hehe, sorry. What the fuck is wrong with her? What is that? I'll click on the wrong button. I had to see the ad. What do we? What ad? What were you saying about the designs? They're horrible. Did you see the shirt they had, the jacket they on? That's the team's jacket. Like 3 stripes of green, and all green on the sleeves. You call that a well-designed team jacket? Garbage. That green. Ugh. Welcome. Look at this fucking... This girl is literally me. A zombie. Hello. Yes, I wish to die. So that you can choose your uniform? Yes, I know. It's the upper management of the team. And the sponsors. The sponsor... Most likely the sponsors dictate how the uniform look like. Most likely. I don't know about today, but back then it were the sponsors that dictate how the jackets and shirts of the teams look like. This girl is me in a mood. This girl over here, man. Let me just remove this. I can relate to that face too. Can you even see it properly on the stream? She's literally a zombie. That's me. I saw it before. Oh, okay. Oh, by the way, did you see the message on Discord that I sent you earlier? Am I getting messages on my phone right now? When she was in the middle screen. Then JFT's explanation? Yes, and how you were doing and whatnot. Holy shit, so many messages. I'll deal with this later. Let's play the game. Welcome. Dress for the occasion, I see. I don't know what the fuck is this. Looking like some random ass coach. Haha, you missed late registration by the way. Who's laughing now? We didn't come to play, just to watch and support me, so I'm gonna guess you too, Yumina. Gee, thanks. Oh my god, she's literally me. Huh? You're not gonna enter? Minseo glances over her shoulder behind her for the first time that I've seen Golden Sunfire is absolutely packed. There's at least one patron for every station, and Ku works frantically to shut down the massive line at his desk. Well, I want to argue, but you can't stop me from being disappointed. Yuna, how long until 8? Negative 3 minutes? Okay, he passed the time. Ah! Okay, gotta go get things started. Talk to you after. She miles away, Yuna following in less than hot pursuit. With a flurry of justice and charisma, Mincel's command the entire cafe's attention. Also, she has a megaphone. Oh no. Oh no. Her participants, about 30 or so, shuffle around the cafe in search of their first round opponents. Once they're all seated, only a handful are left standing. Oh look, it's Axel! From the last game. Thought I might be the only pro to show up. Shay Young Sung, a long time no see. I've seen you around too. But remind your name. You get a buy as well. Sangwon Lee, both. We're not participating. It's against the KPGA rules. It sure is. That's why you need to enter under another tag. Like me. You'd risk your career for a chance at 100,000 one? I can't remember the currency of fucking Korea. What about your team? Not about the money. And I'll support grassroots events no matter what the rules say. Just don't tell on me, okay? That opens up an entirely new line of attack, but reporting him to steal a win just isn't how I want to do this. If you two aren't here to play, why come? We're friends with the girl running the tournament and came to support her. Oh, you're Minceo's friends. You know her? Wow, I had no idea. Of course, she runs my fan club. Jet and I share a look, so far so good. And instead of turning back towards Axel, something behind me catches Jet's attention. Look, Declan is here. Oh, it's the Goon Squad. Oh my fucking god, these assholes again. One and half a dozen of his clanmen staying back, mostly keeping to themselves. It looks like Yuna is trying to corral them to their matches. Fucking goon. Why can't we just play here? Because this is the casual play area and because you guys will find a way to cheat if you don't play in the front of the crowd. This bracket is rigged. Why are we all against each other so early? Because you signed up late. Look, if you can't follow the rules, I'm just going to disqualify you. God damn, she's literally me. No BS. Fucked up look like, bro. Things are like this. You don't like it? Zip it. Be cool one. You won't get a rematch against that clerk any other way. Who? Tournament is bigger than we are expecting, so he won't have time to play. He forfeited already. God damn it. Okay. Isabel wrote a post on our site about some special match she had a few weeks back. That was her opponent. Yeah. God, what is it with clans? I'm sure they were as bad as she said, but you're not part of a clan. That's a reason why some top players stick around even once they've gone pro. Never needed one. Oh, where'd you get your practice before breaking out then? After a moment of hesitation, she throws a thumb in my direction and looks away. Huh, and here you are now. You get stuck inside your own head when all you do is practice StarCraft. Having Shay Young around helps me out of it. True, strategy or balance debates are rarely productive, but I never regret having them. That reminds me, I have one Shock T1 showdown this weekend. Think you're ready? We have Fierce, which means 2 automatic wins. Even with our terrible 2v2 team, we're still an easy favorite. Something that Jet just said catches Axel's attention, just as planned. That's a shame. They don't take it seriously. That and they're always complaining about brushes, probably because they suck at holding them. Hard to blame considering the rumors about 2v2s being cut. It's just never took off in terms of popularity or compelling strategies. Be glad you'll take at least one game, but you're still going down. Sure. You two are clever, but you're no match for me. Points for effort, though. Oh, wow. Huh? What do you mean? I've been at this too long. You're amateur. Mind games won't work on me. Have a metagame. Mind games exploit the opponent's psychology, either in-game or out, to put them at a disadvantage. Yeah, I know. In fact, this must mean that you're back on Shock T1's 2v2 Team Xie. Thanks for the info. Uh-oh. What? No, I'm not. I don't think I've forgotten that you used to exclusively play 2v2. I didn't want to. They made me, and that isn't the point. And Songwon, did she rejoin the 2v2 team? No. Songwon? Well, I've got to play some. See ya. I can't believe this. It's good. They're going to study my games now. I'm screwed. Maybe you should just go. I don't want to risk flipping up again. You won't. He didn't figure out I'm your partner. Come on, we're here for Minseo. We glance in her direction. Looks like she's giving some kind of interview. So, Killer what? Can you tell us how you prepared for all-out attack? I guess I played some ladder. There's always one thing on back then on LAN parties and tournaments. Interviews with players, not the professional ones. Casual ones, amateurs and semi-professional ones. Has always been and will always be nerd talk, either nerd talk or pure cringe. Ayaya game. It's a visual novel about esports. Hazer. Especially in Korea. Sure, esports copium. It is. Wow, great. Your opponent, Bonbon, said very much the same thing. What's your impression of him as far as the next game is concerned? Well, I don't really know him at all, so that's okay. If there's anything you'd like to support your fans before Isabel pauses, squints her hand, and then returns to her upright and cheery disposition. I catch a glimpse of some black micro scribbles on her palm. Sorry. Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans before we get started? Dude, I don't have fans. Alright. Well, both players, please shake hands. High schools mid palms faithfully. I've seen better handshakes from moms practicing with their elementary schoolers for Egg One interviews. Oh, wow. Fucking savage, man. When they take their seats for the match, themselves steps away inside audibly. This is hard. Is it fun? Oh, sure, but it's hard to get you good answers. I wrote down all the things that the XSL also says. I avoided yes or no questions. You're trying, but these guys don't have the media training, no personalities to say anything interesting. Don't be mean. I'm being honest. This girl is literally me. I've got an idea. Just as the next round is getting underway, Missile calls for the future players to step forward towards the front. This time, however, her eyes dart for Yuna instead of her palm. So, I can't pronounce this shit. How is this going to be for you to be think? Huh? I mean, I should win if I play well. Think, how do you feel about that? It said it'll be easy. I never heard of singers. By the way, I'm the best player at my cafe. Jesus Christ. Starting drama. How does that matter? I got fifth at the Braver a few months ago. On Saturday, I bet. Yuna nods her approval as the verbal back and forth ignites into a shouting match. Now that's a fucking LAN party thing. A handful of eliminated competitors and spectators perk up with interest. There you go. A bit of banter and shit talk. Minseo tries her best to get the interview back on track, but the competitors storm off for their stations before she can. Mission accomplished. That was horrible. I made them both upset. Maybe, but now it's a grudge match instead of a game between two random amateurs. I can't agree with this. It should be possible for games to be entertaining and for everyone to stay respectful. Sorry, Miss, not happening. At least with the crowd and players we've got here. KPG teaches players how to act on camera, so this doesn't happen. I'm not a fan of provocation either, but it's better than no story for the audience at all. Story? What story? Are you kidding me? You should know this better than anyone. When the commentators go on about defining a player's style and personality, it's not just about informing the audience. They're selling the player as a character. Also true. How do you know that Fierce and Locke are rivals? Well, they always play each other, and they're the best Protoss and Terran. They've matched maybe 3 times this year. And okay, obviously last season's final was a big one, but in the season intros they always face off with an exaggerated pose. Not just that, Locke is kind of quiet, and Fierce is definitely upbeat. But those two are not the embodiments of dark and light. But since we feel like they are, it makes their match way more interesting when it finally plays out. Sounds like someone's pulling strings behind the scenes. Are we being lied to? Duh! I don't think so. The KPJ is honest in their portrayals, even if they can be hyperbolic. The audience senses that authenticity, whether they realize it or not. I can't English today, bro. Pro gaming is really about people. Everything that goes into a match is the sum of one person's experience versus the sum of another's. Okay, I think I understand. The certainty with which she delivers that line leaves us taken aback. Chad and I watch me so just for Yuna and her cue cards. Soon enough, the next round is underway. After a private word with Axel, Minsa brings him and his opponent to stand before a crowd. Congratulations on making it this far. Something. Your next opponent is Big Boy Bang Bang. I can't. Big Boy Bang Bang. This Axel guy is a fucking troll. He's a fucking troll. Big Boy Bang Bang. That's his hideout name. Oh my. Oh, this is glorious. Oh, I think there's no. I think there's no denying this is going to be a challenging match for you. Axel smiles cheekily as his pseudonym is read aloud. Big Boy Bang. Yeah, honestly, I'm just happy to play someone as good as him. You actually tried to qualify for Braver. Were you hoping to secure pro game license or just participating for fun? I just wanted to see how far I could get, I guess. There's no way my parents would let me go pro even if I did win. I'll be a high schooler next year, so I'm not sure I'll have time to keep playing StarCraft. I see. Yonki, you know a little about Brave yourself, don't you? Can you tell us about the time you won? Of course you know about that. Must be in 2000. I was just a kid. The morning was so cold that my water bottle froze shut. Got to coax way too early and sat in the hallway for like 30 minutes just trying to keep my hands warm. Get to the finals and I see that I'm against that person. He's 18 but scrawny and doesn't know a word of Korean. Oh, he's a foreigner. We play a tough set, and at the end he chokes and throws away match point. He was beaten up about it. I went over and said something like, "Tomorrow you," in English, kind of meaningless in retrospect. I was just trying to be nice. The very next day he came back and won his license. I'm not sure I had anything to do with it in reality, but I like to think I played a small part in that win and the railroad that followed. So cool. How come I've never heard about that? Get a busy living out yourself. You just have to go through me first. Looks like these two are eager to get started. Players, please shake hands and go to your stations. Say it. You should be thanking me. Come on, say it. You two are lucky I agreed to this in the first place. Just say it, she needs this. He stands tall, our eyes shining, no one, not even Koo, can deny that smile. Fine, you can do another next month. Woo, thanks, Mr. Clark. Need some quiet and fresh air after all that noise. Watch the place for a minute, will ya? Can do. That was kind of fun, wasn't it? Man, shut up. We should head back someone. It'll be a problem if we're the last ones home tonight. Aw, well, thanks for coming, you guys. It's obvious enough that I'll probably don't need to say it, but you both helped me so much. I've got a firm idea of what I need to do after I graduate this year. That was a blast, Mr. Really brings me back to my PC Bank days. Thanks for the invite. Anything for you. I'm honored you even came. Oh my god, just get a fucking room, will ya? Jesus, you two. Wait, where did the Yuna go? Cool. Do you have a second? Lark looks up from a busted PC with case open, exhausted. Those success is clearly taking its toll on him. Already said she could run another. No, not that. I want some advice, I guess. What's on your mind? Well, I've been reading some of those books you suggested. I'm at the part about alienation. What little I understood resonated with me. I don't blame you. They're hard to read. That's its own problem, but what I'm asking is what I should do about it. You're doing something about it right now. You are alienated from your ability to determine what to study in school, so you went and studied something on your own. That feels good, doesn't it? Yes, but I can't read books all day and get to where I need to. That's right, you get? It's not self-help. That's what you're after. Then find some allies. You're weaker when you're isolated. I already know that, and it's not helping. What were you doing at my age? Give me someone to compare myself with. I was angry when I was your age, even though that we were up against deserved all that anger, it got us nowhere. We lost. There's nothing romantic about that, nothing worth emulating. You work hard and you're good at what you do. Your suffering has a good chance of paying off in the end. That ain't the case for most people. Yeah, there you are. We're gonna go get dinner. Wanna come? Right behind you. It was actually a good talk. At least he was honest about it. Someone, a few of us are going to put the batting cages tonight. Want to join? Our pastor and I are working on a map specific tactic. Going to stay late tonight and grind. Oh, alright. Fierce is reshooting promos for the final at the studio tonight, so calls up when you're done. It Phillips hand on his way out alongside the last of our other teammates. When they're gone, I toss my head back and let out a long groan. 10 hours and I'm ready to collapse. I must be getting old. I expect Jet to bite back with a quip about my work ethic, but she doesn't. We pride ourselves on our long practice hours, but there's no doubt they're slowly killing us. It was easier when we were younger. I'm not convinced that all players retire because they have worse reaction time. Must be that we have less tolerance for absurd conditions as we get older. Stop looking at me like I can't complain the privacy of your company, can't I? I can't complain. If you don't mind looking a little pathetic, I don't disagree with you, by the way. You said something to me the other day about banning Hag 1. What if the KPGA banned practice for more than 8 hours a day? Totally unenforceable. We'd play at lower level and show worse games. Would we really though? How much better is it for the game that we nail a microcycle a tenth of a second faster? Especially if the trade-off is a reasonable life for the players. I cannot even comprehend the hypothetical world you envisioned here. The feeling I try to ignore. How much things could be better for everyone if not for insurmountable truth. I mean, it's better for you and me like this. I just have this vague guilt about it. Let me try again. What's more important, the means or the ends? I'd have more admiration for a super skilled hermit who never competes than for some shobo who can't flips his way into qualifying. But don't get me wrong, we play to win the game. Right, to win again and again, you have to care less than someone who only thinks of how to win the match right in front of them. I need water. I'm losing my voice for some reason. I'll be right back. Right, I'm back. See what you mean? But that's true, but it's not a contradiction. You know who Rio is, someone from Street Fighter. Yes! I never played that game. Well, when you win with Ryo, they show a ceremony for his victory. His fans are waiting for him, but he never arrives. Then they show him walk a lonely road with something like seeking his next challenge. The ceremony means nothing. The fight is everything written beneath. I don't know if there was an especially wise Japanese guy working on that game, or if that's a common karate refrain, but it's a truth that every pro game should pursue. We mean the same thing when we say that we want to show good games. No, we don't. You can show a good game even if you lose. When the fight is everything, you have to be standing at the end of it. The joy of landing a perfect punch square on someone's face. Wait, maybe that's too violent. Okay, let me put it in a way I'll know you'll get. When you land the perfect sight storm, oh my fucking, we're talking nerds! Fucking StarCraft shit. It's more than just knowing how much damage it did or how much it helped you win. You feel it, don't you? Get that feeling in a losing game too. You're going to a battle that I'm favored to lose, it feels better to go down swinging than to let him roll me. But if you lose, that means you got punched more than you landed punches. You feel that, do you? Can you switch to a racing metaphor? Look, this is hard to talk about. They don't teach it in any school that I know about, and most people who have figured it out won't share it. Work with me here. Could make no mistakes and still lose. It probably isn't true, but that's how I felt like my games against Zen went. I accept that. On my end, there's nothing I could have done to beat Fierce. How can you say that? Especially after you beat Locke. But you get what I'm saying? Losing without fault doesn't make it okay to lose. Did you limp into a match with Locke and walk out the winner? What? No. If you actually watch my game, you will know that. You know that isn't fair. Then don't tell me I didn't deserve my win against K-Young. K-Young. K-Young? I can't pronounce Korean names, man. Why don't you see for yourself? I've got the replays right here. Watch them. I didn't say that, and I don't think them. I don't think it. Shay Young scoops up the probe keychain and drops it back into my hand. A guy like Fierce can break down barriers by force of will, not because he's especially strong, but because he's too stupid to know that it shouldn't be possible. Did all the time with successful people, but I'm sure that for every Fierce, there's a dozen or more of who bash themselves against their walls till they drop dead. Yes, that's everything in life. That's what I hate. We can dispel the fog by complaining that it's all around us. All we can do is push ahead. Because you gotta push ahead. Every time there's a difficulty in your life, complaining about it won't make it go away. Would be awesome, but it won't make it go away. I could complain about not having 1,000 viewers. They will not appear anyway. I've gotta earn it. I've gotta work towards it. Locke embraces the unknown to find his certainty. Why can't we? We can, but only once we've been where he has. I stuff the kimchi back into my pocket. When I say nothing, she turns back to her PC. Run it again. Oh no, she's back into the fucking school uniform. Tired. I'm tired. 2 more club meetings until the practice test, bitch, so you're almost there. Oh my god, she's talking to the fucking plushies again. Stop. Well, hello, Yuna. Have you been working hard? Look at how tired Minso is. I bet she hasn't slept for 2 days. Ah, coming back. Cool. And I'm in the hands of a capable monster. I'll decimate this clone and claim it as my kingdom. Circles forever. Ah, you're really good at voices. Next time, save for the swarm instead. I don't know what came over me. I wish some of the other club members had showed, but I'll forgive them with practice exams so close. You sent the tapes, right? Yep, and thanks for the help with my resume. I had no idea you could turn so little lectures into 2 pages of bragging. The allowed attack footage should push your edition video over the top. Make sure you shop it around just in case. Maybe I'll send it to VSL. Oh wait, it's about time for Icon. There you go. I want to get some decent food first. I'm tired of the junk my tutor gives us during breaks. We're going to be late. Who cares? Let's go. Oh! Oh wait. The last bend before the end of our route. Neither of us can resist stepping up the pace as we wind around it. The winner earns a pointless victory etched eternally on a mental chalkboard amid 1,000 others. This time, it's me. I skid to a stop and then double over. Sated. Jet wipes her forehead with her shirt and heaves a breath. I watch her with my hands atop my head. Uh, ha! One more? This was the second one more. We should leave sometime before the press event. She grumbles over disagreement but steps off the starting line. I'm sure she shares the restlessness I'm feeling about tomorrow's league's semi-final. We've polished our build for days, enough such as that there's practically nothing left to do except pray it works. Still beneficial to grind out standard privates. But when these kind of nerves are clawing at us, it's not just that Shock T1 is counting on us for a win, or that it is just first televised match in almost a year. It's about us. We are an us. Everything with Vindruth should give me confidence that she feels the same way. Fear that she doesn't is all that kept me from confirming it. Can I be honest about something for a second? Uh-oh. I really hate Shock T1's team jacket. I hate it too, don't you? Huh? It's not bad. I don't think green is your color. I said it. Green. I just don't like it. I had to get that off my chest. Something about it. Makes you remember a different time? You know, I haven't seen you talk to anyone outside of practice. I'm not like Cynthia or Minseo. Socializing doesn't come naturally to me. But you don't hold back when you have something to say either. Yet every night I watch you silently stare down anyone who says something dumb or complains about Zerg. My guess is that when you open your mouth, some embarrassing thing you did or said as a 16-year-old shocked T1 recruit pops into your head and you cringe yourself silent. They made me an outsider then too. Nothing's changed. Nobody treats me differently. It is not going to until I prove that I'm different. It's not like I really care. And I already know how to fix it. Then I won't worry you about it again. That's the most reasonable thing you've said all week. Okay, so she's back to talking shit. Fangirl. Thank you both. Oh no, it's my fangirls. She bows hurriedly and tiptoes out of line to mingle with the rest who waited. A small package of sweets left as her thanks for my signature. 4 fangirls wave back and smile shyly when I offer my farewell. I'm not going far, but another player's been waiting for my spot at the signing table. 3 tables down on my right, Jet's barely chipping away at the line of 2 dozen or so. Aside from a few young girls here with their parents, almost all of her friends are men. Oh, really? Earlier, one tried to get Sha to sign something that made her mad. And he got a good look, but when Sha yelled at him, he ran away. Oh my god. Did he ask to sign his deck? Is that it? Fun events like these are usually a little less chaotic. It's either the top players or the top few teams instead of both. Guess whatever chair deck the KPGA is working with wanted maximum start power. Uses lines, winds back far backs past the escalators. Seated right next to him, Monk waits coolly before nearly as many fans. Coach Park steps into my field of view. When his eyes turn in my direction, I greet him with a tilt of my head. He says nothing. I manage to stifle my laugh when he frowns and steps away. I laugh, I mean. She finally polishes off her last autograph and practically throws the pen down. She's quick to bow and retreat from the table, then joining me with a half. All the usual suspects and then some. He had like 40 fans. If you're looking for sympathy, look somewhere else. It's closer to 30, and only a few were fans. Most are just, I don't know what to call them. They're just here for the novelty of seeing me again. I cannot wait to see you win something so I can finally hear the end of your insecurity. You're lucky that guys warned me haven't figured it out yet. Keep praying on it endlessly. She stares at me for a while before taking away to sit by herself. Whatever, go and sulk, I'm right about that. I turned down a hall in search of a water fountain. Despite the number of times I've been there, I haven't explored much of them all. I found it flanked by 3 pro gamers. You I can't read Korean, man. Stand against the wall beside the foes. And they notice me, they quiet their conversation in favor of greedy. Oh, it's Songwon, enjoying the spotlight. Shouldn't I be? Only gets better from here. They laugh at my curt reply while I take my drink. Locke simply watches. Haha, I see you found some confidence. Can't blame you, those fans of yours were cute. Oh my fucking god. Rage. Someone's handsome, so it must be nothing new, just like Locke. You can't appreciate them like the rest of us do. I didn't get it into this for the fans. They're not that important to me, frankly. Well, that makes sense. You have Shay Young Song following you around after all. When you put it that way, maybe he's the one following her. Enough. Locke brushes Yunho aside. He quiets, stepping out of the way. Excuse them, Songwon. We've been stressed to perform lately. So has everyone else. Is there anything I really have to say to Locke? I have every right to hold a grudge for what he did. But just talking to him like this reminds me of times I still look back at fondly. Even with that, I now know. I can't read. My instinct is to blame anyone but him. Maybe it's better that I don't get involved for both our sakes. I know he has struggles of his own. Something behind me suddenly catches the attention of my 3 former teammates. I don't see for myself. Vice Chairman Cho marches towards us with purpose and a low-level KPG admin at his flank. Former struggles to keep up with his superior pace. Lee, I need to speak with these 3. Please excuse us. Yes, sir. King steps off the wall without pause. Both Young and Young glances my way before turning to stare up at Vice Chairman Cho like mice. I catch just a bit of what the Vice Chair has to share with Locke and the others before I head off. You 3 should be aware of certain changes planned for renown. Your loyalty and skill have earned you something. Another long evening spent in the version of Brood War. After the press event, Jet and I put in the last bit of polish to our build before making the walk back to the team house together. She's quiet and has been all night. Anything I bring up and relate to StarCraft, she answers with a quiet thumb and no elaboration. Till now. Someone. I look up and notice the distance between us. She waits just before a crosswalk. Oh, sorry. And I catch up with her. She doesn't turn. Let's be honest, let's be honest with each other for a minute. I've been almost entirely alone for the past 4 years. My dad's gone, and my mom barely looks at me when I go home. God, I've been clinging to an old classmate just to have someone to talk to. Called me a bored and lonely girl. You were right. I was lonely. Was. All I can think is that we'll be all be over soon. We'll lose, or the team will fail, or one of us will get cut. That's not true. Can you really promise that? You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow or the day after that. I just want to know if we're real with each other. It's not the insults. I can take them if I have to. When I tell myself you don't really mean them, I worry that the promises I do want to believe aren't true either. You want honesty? Alright. We only hang out because it's convenient to you. That's always been the case. When you need to practice or upskilling PC bank kids you knew, I'd say yes. We're adults now. Professionals. I can accept that fact without letting it bother me. We work too well together, not to. So you've been doing me a favor, is that it? Or are you guarding me so that another guy can't find my insecurities or whatever the hell you said? I wouldn't stay involved if I didn't like you. As if you didn't know. How would I? If you weren't so guarded all the time, I might. Everything alright, young lady? Is Juma? Okay. Alright, a woman in a magenta tracksuit with frizzy black hair jogs in place towards us cautiously. Her eyes shift behind her thick-rimmed glasses in my direction. She's not the only passerby watching us. Clearly, we chose a bad place and worse volume for this discussion. Ah yes, sorry, we're fine, there's no problem. We? Good grief, don't settle for a man who won't speak to a lady with respect. I go? What's happening to your youth? To our youth? The woman backwards walks off without giving Chang Yang the time to refute her assumption. With the rest of the nearby pedestrians staring on, Jet takes my sleeve and pulls me away. As if I could stand so much time around a trash person like you otherwise. Ignores my attempts to break out of her grip. Only once Jet pulls me all the way through the calls walking into a side street does she slow. I don't know what I do without someone I can be myself around. I trust in someone and I try to show it. But you never show that you trust me. I saw you play that and finished it. Hey, Falk. Okay, how you doing, man? You saw me play the other game. This is the second game. Which is a prequel. This is a prequel. It's actually cool. Sad though, was expecting more. How are you doing, Falky, by the way? Welcome to the stream, though. How are you doing? But yeah, this is the second game, but it is a prequel of the story. Not going to spoil anything. You can spoil all over if you want. Spoilers do not make me lose interest. Quite the opposite. I already know the person that we are playing as from the first game. He's a piece of shit. He turns out to be a piece of shit. But I want to see how it ends on this second game, the prequel, in order to see why it turns out to be a piece of shit. Even though they literally like each other. I do not understand. Is it because he wins something and becomes like a a garbage guy because of that? Probably. But you never show that you trust me. You don't have to, but I want you to. Let your marks down for a change, if it's just around me. Ahead of every other feeling I have for you is admiration. It isn't your play, and you're not like the Seven Kings. Not yet, anyway, but you're tough, pushy in a good way. You're bad at this. Maybe, but that's how I feel. I'll never ask you to change. You're expecting to soften me up on you, think again. We got this 2v2 XLL call. I like the story. Yeah, it's a good story. Qualifiers and the Team League final all back to back. There's no slowing down from here. And you know, you do find out pushing me to. Oh, for fuck's sake, just kiss. But the pushes is what she needs most. She needs a win. Oh no, this girl, the right girl, the one that looks like a fucking zombie. That her mood is literally me when I was a little younger. It's literally me, like, fuck this shit. Fuck everyone. I'm just tired. It's so crowded. Fucking fun girl over here, man. Una guards from behind, her long arms, and me and Clara primed to discourage anyone from pushing past us. If we don't get good seats... Look, I point out me 7 you in the midst of 100 orders spilling into the studio. Tonight's packed to the point where they'll have to turn some people away. Gameplay is pretty good too. Just at the endings. Okay. I mean, the ending of the first game, it's an open ending. It's like, okay, you formed your own team with Jet and Axel. Well, not Axel. Axel is the coach, and the other two players. And it is what it is. This is the prequel. I want to see what happens in order for Bold turn out to be a piece of shit. Tonight's packed with the point where they'll have to turn some people away. Yet a semi-final audience, semi-final audience, just a spec in comparison to the one of our grand final. Almost 100,000 live viewers showed up to an aircraft hangar stuffed with bleachers for last season's Team League Showdown. The stadium venue this season isn't exciting, but probably less of a logistical nightmare. If tonight goes well, we'll finally get to enjoy the Team League final from the stage. Oh, for fuck's sake, this jacket is off-putting. By the way, Falky, how are you doing? How was your day? They must have been waiting in line all night. So you can sit still as she grabs a seat towards the front. She waves excitedly to us, and we return the favor. Pierce, man, look at this crowd. Pierce steps to my side with his eyes forward. Both squads wait on huge two-tier benches on opposite sides of the studio. The of the AF1 guys look nervous. Most look like they're enjoying the spectacle as much as Pierce is. Especially. Think I'll go to an ace match? I hope so. I want to throw down with Young Key. But we should put it away before that if we can. An older lady in the audience near our bench whiffs for years when he noticed her. He runs to hug her, and soon they're inseparable in conversation. He's annoyingly confident. I think he's earned that right. Yeah, yes. Check my phone to find a text from Sife. I think that's become a somewhat common occurrence. Weekend trip to Osaka, and would you believe they got XBC TV in my hotel room? I'll be watching, so don't lose. Oh my god. Chat twitches like she wants to crane her neck and look. So I turn my phone to show her. Ah, she keeps sending me pictures of food. I really don't get it. Send one back. When all we eat is T-Mouse food, not that I'm complaining, but it just doesn't compete with her ritziness. Don't know about a photo of us if we win. Okay. With the audience filled to the last seat, plus a few standing in the back, it's time. Time for the match between Shock T1 and AF1 to start. The Excel team roars to line, shortly followed by the voice of a commentator. Hello, and welcome to the Excel Team League semi-final in tonight's match between Shock T1 and AF1. Is it AF1? Only one can unsheath the sword and the sword and send shockwaves throughout the realm of esports. Jesus fucking Christ, that's an hyperbolic shit. He and his two co-commentators carry on these grandiose and sweeping turns until the first game is set to begin. Here we go. We're all in this together. All in this together. And yes, I remember the fucking shit-ass song. Three games later, only Fierce's win against some no-name on an AF1 as a live in this set. Yeah, I'm good. Sorry, I'm playing Valorant. You good? I'm good, bro. I'm good. You play Valorant now instead of CSGO? I see. You betrayed us. Traitor! Just kidding. Just kidding. Valorant is actually good. Ish. But do enjoy your game. Don't mind me. The cool kids not play Valorant. Okay. I see. I see. You know, I haven't installed Valorant for a time. I'll have to install it again because of a upcoming tournament that I will participate. I mean, not soon enough though. I think the tournament is January. I can't remember. Anyway, I don't care. I'll go for the fun. Uh, 3 games on okay, it's live in this set. The fourth match and the need to tie this up goes to me and Jet. We don't have much to say to one another as we step backstage. We practice hard, now it's just a matter of seeing what our work was worth. Let's do this. Do I have to play actual? Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate doing this shit, man. Especially how this game is played. They run into ZT. What does that mean for a plan? They're guaranteed to get aggressive. We need to scout out which of us is closer to their Zerg. Let Jet guide me through the unfamiliar early game of a 2v2. In this past week of practice, I've learned to fear early game 2v2 aggression by our seasoned hand. For good reason. The purple Zag and brown Terror flirt with Prussian Nurse before finally committing to an attack. Hold your zealots there. My mutas are almost ready. Pull my addition away from the skirmish to the north to see Marines and medics en route to my natural, but Jet's already there to intercept. Get your economy online. I'll carry you as far as I can. On it. With my focus on now on pros, follows and tech, I can't help but watch Jet out on the mic with their Mutalisks. She and our Zergo opponent trade volleys from their Mutalisks flocks, each testing the other's micro in a fight for position. Good over there? Yeah, I'm going to have Storm ready so early. Be careful with friendly fire. I'm going in now. She contends with both the Terran and Zerg armies at once, and she assails Purple's expansion. As much as everyone treats TV2 like a joke, she has a real sense for the game's tempo. I need you here. On the way, let's go. Hold this shock and cover my retreat. Right as I fly past, storm in my wake. Got it, don't break. With Dragoons holding the shock against Terror's Marines, I land 2 big storms on the opponent Mutalisks. Pinch off from his ally if he makes to escape. That's yes, nice storms. That was really good. Reinforcement of terror units forces me to abandon position, but that engagement gave Jet free reign of the skies. The damage we dealt so far has only been to the opposing surge. As Jet's been protecting me, he's been protecting his Terran ally. And all those skirmishes, he's got a massive army of marines, medics, and vessels, strong enough that he can force Jet offer further expansion by himself. There's reason that Terran doesn't usually go for marines and medics against Protoss. Low life and small size make them extremely vulnerable to my favorite ability. Get him someone. I paint the battlefield red with fallen Terran. Together we expose the weakness in their composition. Bolt, my fourth. As weak as the Terran army is against mine, it remains cheap to producing relatively mobile. And Jet's harassment-based army is suited to straight up to isn't suited to a straight up fight. But need is fine, I need to get back and wait a sec. And Nuke? Where is it? I don't see it here. No, not here. You're fourth. You're fourth. Shit. No. No. Wait, this isn't over. Look, you missed half of your probes. Rebuild and with the nuke on my south base struggling me for so long, the Terran player finished Soldier's last mining base. All she has left are scraps of her army and main. So when they're going to eliminate me, you need to end this now. I can help you while you rebuild. Do you still have IF tech? Yes, but my guys are all depleted. Don't worry about most leases anymore, just make defilers. I won't have the resources for more than one, but buy me some time. So I'll do. Going to hit the Zerg at least as bad as they hit you. Just don't overcommit, get in and get out. He's abandoning the base, finish the hatch and get out of there. Got everything he needs to rebuild except time. Can I keep pushing in? No, look at the center of the map. Pull back. That's everything he has. If you catch the army, we will win. We will. With a little help, I'm doing a song one there in there. Jet lands a perfect plague. Zerg's lethal endgame spell. I felt the crowd shake the XL suit the moment it hits almost every single one of the turn's units. Finish this one now. Go. Hold firm and push through. We got this. The rest of the turn returns trickle to an end. With my massive army, the only left standing Jet, and I punch through the center. And we see it. 2 GGs, one from each Zerg and Terran. With it, we won. Right. Average CPM 125. Yeah, I'm slow as fuck. I'm 30 years old. Fuck off, game. Okay? I'm no longer 16. I can't press buttons fast anymore. Fuck off. I'll lift the headset of my... hold it overhead and then drop onto my keyboard. I don't think when I move first or embrace her. If I can close the dish, she open her arms for the same reason. I feel her heart race against mine until at last we break. Barely separated before she turns the matches to a reckless applause as center stage yet offers a twirl and an exaggerated bow to the crowd's amusement. Og, we won. And call it a comeback, your queen has returned. Jesus Christ. I've gone to my eyes, see the vice chairman, and he steps backstage me and the curtain with a shake of his head. We meet back up on the bench, share dozen high fives with our teammates. When Jet steps out of earshot, I catch a back and forth from two of them. Ceremony for a 2v2 win? What kind of conduct is that? Especially considering how hard someone carried. Classic classless Jet. Before I get the chance to turn and answer that, the commentators roar back from their break. Cameras follow Fierce on his way back to the booth. And then Axel. Then the deciding match begins. AF1 carries Axel on their shoulders. The teammate on my right holds his face in both hands. I hear Fierce apologizing to us. And in this surprising turn, AF1's ace conquers this land. Shock T1's Team League run ends here. After all that work. Relax, relax. But I'm so sad. Inside balls clutching at Shiggy's Eunice jacket. What a shame. We did our best, only wish that meant we had nothing to regret. Out of the corner of my eye, I see one of our teammates waving for my attention. Looks like the team van is about to leave. It's late. We should go. We should. Yuna nods solemnly and heads off with Minso in tow. When I turn away and make for the backstage entrance, an open palm for Jet stops me. Stares intent, quiet. Our eyes meet for a long time, longer than ever before. I realize something. We're not going back to the team house tonight. Hello? Sorry, I've been busy. I know. What do you think I'm doing here? I do here all day. Yes, of course I'm ready. Am I not allowed to take one day off? Because every conversation we have is about the same thing. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. I don't want to talk anymore. Pack of instant noodles in my grip, drops to the table. The task of preparing them suddenly seems like too much of a bother. Have I ever felt the peaks of or depths I saw on the faces of the Swahis and their fans last night? All I know is relief and disappointment when I perform as expected or fail to. I can't do this anymore. Oh, I'm on Eunice shoes now? Okay, I see. Coffee's done. Perfect, thank you. We're first to the practice room the morning after Sheik chalks T1's loss. Not surprising considering that most don't arrive until noon. The PCs at the team house are good for more casual warm-ups or cooldowns. Pierce showed me where he hides his key in the outside office, and Jed found Coach Kang's stash of instant coffee a week ago, unwisely bid her time until now. But alongside the protein power and good company makes a decent enough breakfast. Ready to get started? Yeah, your Mac pick. Something behind me catches her attention. Turn to see what. With damp hair and tired eyes, Fierce stands beneath the door frame. He drops his bag and raincoat on a chair and watches us. Always knew Fierce was first to arrive and last to leave time, but something tells me he was expecting us to be here. I won. We sure? We're about to hop in a game. Actually, you two have a second first. If you guys have issues with our team, I want to work through them. I understand the two of you have known each other for a while, so it's expected you to spend most of your time together. But think how long last night went for the rest of us. How last night went for the rest of us. After a tough loss, the only two places to go undefeated decided they got better things to do. Sorry. After briefly staring down Jed's scared apology, Fizz looks to me. We weren't thinking. We're sorry. I want us to move past this. I'd rather be complimenting your play than chastising you. Is it what we practice, that's all. I know it can be a struggle to fit in sometimes, but I promise you that I'm doing all I can to look out for everyone. If you feel like we're letting you down, say so. Your honesty is vital to me. In return, all I ask is that you work hard and fulfill your role. Now, chat, I've got a bunch of PvZ specifics I like to grind out before shifting focus to Friday's grand final against Shane. Kick off to ground and roll my chair to her side. Without needing to look, she takes the arm of my chair and wheels me close. The only good thing about falling out of Team League is the extra time to practice for the qualifiers. Don't let anyone besides me catch you saying that. I won't, and I won't have to to next season since the KPG is dropping 2v2. I really want one of those Team League spots. I'm not sure your style is great for a ZVP sniper, and your other matchups aren't quite there yet. Says who? And even if that's true, I learned one as a standard pick. Has Coach Kang or anyone from the KPG asked you about exhibition matches? No, and I doubt they will. You don't get it yet. Except for fears, I'm a ghost to these people. Back from the dead to haunt and attack them with hydralisks. What the fuck? Come to soccer with us sometime. I hate when they mention like it's soccer. It's fucking football! We're not Americans. I want our teammates to know you like I do. I'll race, fight, or play StarCraft with anyone. But I'm not good at soccer, and I want to give them this satisfaction. Have it your way. That's always the plan. Yikes. Wait, what? Oh my gosh. I had no idea so many people were going to show up. Ben must have blabbed to someone. It went well. Look, even the teacher has a question for him. Just like one of his fan mates back at the studio, Axel fields questions and comments after a performance. Only this time, his performance was a talk for our club. Been skeptical of allowing the StarCraft club to continue after this year. Is a club like this relevant to a career in this field? No doubt. I get the concern about students wasting their club time, but there's enough substance to the game and seem to warrant discussions and meetings. Esports has serious growth potential. That means opportunities for more than just players. If the like-minded have a place to meet, there's a better chance they'll create something cool. If a student is going to spend their time on StarCraft, it will need to be better that they do it with classmates in a safe environment. True, those PC cafes are no place for a productive member of society. But here than there, I suppose. Thank you for your time, Mr. Rio, and congratulations on your recent win. A pleasure. The teacher looks at me and then steps away with a satisfied expression. Nice. I was like Minseo's shoes. It did such a good job. Thank you so much for coming. A fucking fur girl. You really want to jump on his goddamn dick. You've put work into my club. Only fair I help you out with yours. Aren't you going to get in trouble with your team or the KPGA? This is against the rules. And you have practice right now, I assume. Right after winning a clutch game against Fierce? I got leeway. For something like this, I can't stand to ask for permission. But I do need to get back to the house. So, feel free this weekend. Want to come backstage at Excel? I've got promos to shoot for the Team League final and thought you'd like to watch. Oh my fucking god. Oh yes, definitely yes. We gotta practice CSAT on Sunday morning, but I'll be over right after. Great, see you then. Jesus fucking Christ. What your parents say? Yuna rolls the piece of hard candy around her mouth, yes, before splintering it with a chomp. That if I miss one more Hag 1 class or curfew, they'll move me back home with an external lock on my bedroom door. Sounds about right. Oh, you know that most cram schools report if you miss classes. Have you really never skipped up until now? I don't care. I'm not up for worrying about this anymore. What about all the work you already put in? You're almost there. Almost done twisting my frame into someone else's mold. But it's got me so far. Holy shit, she's pissed. I look at Yon Ki or someone on Shenyang and know that the story that my life doesn't really start until I'm done with school is a lie. That doesn't mean you can just quit. I'm so impressed with how you can know so much about college and jobs. You can't just that up without something to replace it with. Doesn't matter, I'm skipping the practice test. What? What's gotten into you? You're making a huge mistake. Why? Chad didn't take her actual CSAT. Because you're throwing away your future. Exactly. A future that decided I don't want anymore. No more competing for a score that means nothing to me. I'll be at Golden Zone Fire. Swing by after if you want. Yuna? No, I'm not letting you do that. Move. Holy shit, she's actually pissed. I won't. You're too good at school and Hagwan to give up. Should you StarCraft and got you to join the club, so I'll feel responsible if you get in trouble. Okay then, I quit. What? This was never about StarCraft for me. Games are just another way to pass the time until you die. See you around. Holy shit. House is abuzz with early afternoon excitement, mostly for an excellent lunch on behalf of our team's house caretaker. Expected that she'd be like a maid, but she's more like a team mom. Some of the younger players don't know how good they've got it here. With post-team league depression over and Fierce's grand final on the horizon, most of us have flexible practice time and something to look forward to. Jet, unfortunately, is not one of those people. Hey Young, did you get a chance to study those replays? I'd like to hit some rapid fire practice today on Ching's pre-hatch variant. I did. Are you sure that's Ching? He always spins his overload before he sends it across the map. Too bad that habit followed him on mine. Why didn't you join us? Let me show you what I've been working on. First thing, just a second, we'll finish up. I hate this. I just want to practice on my own. You're a practice fan. That was your decision. Was it? Jet shreds the remaining half of her sandwich with rapid binds. Without cleaning her plate, she stands and makes her way to the practice area. Rather than contend with the skull of our caretaker, I clear both our dishes before following. Another custom game. What is it this time? We've got vision of my Corsair at all times, hunt them ruthlessly, ready to practice evasive maneuvers and test my reactions against Scourge. Want ruthless? You got it. Let's talk about the general principle in the PvZ meta. It took time to figure it out, but it's obvious now that Corsairs are really good in this matchup. Yeah, when I was a kid, they seemed so expensive and pointless to make. Spend all this time taking up 2 Corsairs only to get rolled by Zerglings since Corsairs can shoot units on the ground. Maps finally changed to give us an easier early game, and we found out something about them when Zerg stopped playing so aggressive all the time. We needed to scout. Pushing out onto a map without a huge army is a death wish against Zerg, but Corsairs fly. The ability to reliably scout denies Zerg scouts, and harass misplaced overload changes the information dynamic. It's our burden to stop the Zerg, but we have all the tools to do it. With that in mind, your follow-ups are all about taking advantage of the situation you create with the Corsair. Che Young exhaled sharply, clearly annoyed with how little Fierce is paying attention to his early game. The worst part is that we both know it probably won't matter. I know you're cutting corners, and that makes you vulnerable to all in. I could stay ahead of you if I got my headers and lurkers faster. If my micro was just a little better, I could deal with this How I know I should. With this, how I know I should. Fierce deftly micros the Corsair away from two of Jet's scourge. When she overcorrects her pursuit and allows him to escape, Jet knocks her knee against the bottom of the desk. Are you going to risk the match on whether or not I'm cutting a corner? I might defend it even if I am. No, not against you. Hey, you got it. Nice. I only see freely offered compliments like that between players with the skill gap. That's why it does little to help Jet's skull. Just plays out the match with some exceptional shuttle micro, and all without missing a beat back at home. He challenges Jet's multitasking hard, leaving her badly prepared for his eventual attack. Good, let's go again. I'm going to get to work on my own stuff. Talk to you guys later. So, oh, achievement unlock. Keep up. Again, one more. You're making this fun. Move then. Without giving a chance to answer, Shay Young strides to and then takes off to the starting line. Consider waiting her out only to keep Chase on instinct. We blaze past that late night dog walker, but with the Jets lead, I can keep her from taking the win. Are we done now? You can ask for one more too. I'd rather just get back to the house. Why? So Fizz can make a grand show of how he beats me some more? Taiwan has a grand final match in 2 days. You seriously think he cares about impressing anyone? Should be honored that he practices with you, especially if before the final. It's proof that you are a worthy opponent. Of course you'd say that. What do you think a team is? We don't all get to be fierce. We put individual work in together and care about one another's success. And we strategize as one when it's mutually beneficial. It's what you and I were in the 2v2. And I want to be fierce. I want to be better than him. You don't have to like the role fierce imagines for you or even shock T1. If you work hard, you'll accomplish what you want no matter what. We say that and believe it to keep us sane. I wish I could be happier about all this than I am, so I'll say this. Keep pushing ahead, leave me behind if you can. Because I absolutely intend on doing the same to you if I can. I hate to hear her say that, not because it's fair or untrue. Percent. Have you read the boards? Most of your naysayers seem pretty quiet. For now, but they'll be back again. And all it takes is one slip up, one loss. Try to wean yourself off compulsively reading what others think of you while it's positive, yeah? I need to. Those posters are too oblivious for me to gain extra power or motivation from proving them wrong. Long term, it's easy to see what this professional forces on us. I feel really responsible, maybe even helpless. What can I talk about? Lock. So look at that press meet a few days back. He seemed stop. Screw Lock. There's nothing for you to gain from thinking about him. He was a good young Hyung. No, get this through your head when he used you. I don't believe that, but I also don't want to. Okay, practice partner. Before I became a programmer, I was simply ignorant about the challenges that practice partners faced. I want you to know that I'm not blind to what you're going through. Got into this because I could. I never stopped to think about what it meant if I fail. I'm the same way. I'm the same way. But I can take comfort in doing what's good for everyone else if I don't stand on the podium. That's what I can stand. I can stand about Fiercer Lock. They suffered exactly like you and I. We continue to make use of practice partners anyway. But they grind up aspiring programs and snort them as pure practice is one thing. May even be forgivable. But they convinced everyone that it's a privilege. Hell, they convinced you. Should they not? What's the alternative? Be a good Samaritan and wait for someone else who's willing to do it to dethrone them? You, of all people, should know they're doing what it takes. That's all, your whole thing. Bereft the clear answer, Jeff simply seizes. But in her heart, she knows she's right. That truth is written on her face. We all idolize the players ahead of us, dream of what they've accomplished. That means doing things we don't want to sometimes. I tried my hardest to avoid that. Everything that led me here, from scamming PC bank kids, smiling at nasty KPGA men, came naturally. I want this badly enough to go even further. I know you went through my stuff. What did you see? Nothing I didn't already know, but it was a shock to be reminded of everything you could be doing instead of StarCraft. If I was anyone else, I'll call you crazy, but we're the same. We want to compete and test yourself. We love StarCraft, that alone gives you a reason to be here. You're missing something about it that keeps me at it. This is how I survive. Be honest with someone. Why put yourself through this when you have much better alternatives? I never admitted this directly to anyone. I can barely admit it to myself. Perfectly aware of the advantages I had growing up. No one blamed me for them, but it hasn't stopped the feeling from haunting me. If you got into such a good college, though, and tell me that you didn't earn that. I'm a legacy. Our parents paid for personal CSAT tutors. I wasn't even in the top 10% in my high school. Does that mean I don't deserve it? I don't know. But I don't have to ask that question if I'm pro gaming. My skill at StarCraft is the one thing I've accomplished completely on my own. It's a childish reason that I'm sure to look back on with shame, but this force is mine. Okay, this is not the right answer. ICG pass. Thanks for what you did to get me into ICG. I don't know if I ever said that. You showed it by playing so well. Nothing else to it. That's everything I have to say. I'm glad I took the time to put it out there. I'm not leaving you at the park. I'd be mad if you did. Wake up. Hey, wake up, I said. What are you doing? Huh? It's you. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have fallen asleep playing a game. Yeah? What game? StarCraft, of course. Who watches me silently and then shakes the mouse at my station. The monitor blinks awake and shows a blank login screen. Oh, must have gotten logged out. I can check the login record. Or you can talk to me. Do I have to? No, but you do have to buy some PC time to stay. Okay. Wait. Show me how to set up an account. Good scratches behind his hand once I finished recounting what brought me to spend last night in this chair. I understand why you don't want to go home, but you've barely thought a day ahead. Not even a day if you were sleeping in a PC bank. Even others helped me realize that I need to make a change. Am I supposed to wait to do something about it? What's unfair about your life? Put it in your own words. I shouldn't have to spend every waking hour working to stay afloat. I don't want to jump through endless and arbitrary hoops to compete over scraps. I'm 18 and I've done enough with my life. I have done nothing with my life but study. I have no ability to imagine my future outside of the next class I'm taking or the degree I want to pursue. All of that must be possible to overcome. I know it wasn't like this in the past. You know what we had instead? Poverty, nepotism, fascism, and dictatorship. Student activists spent months in jail. You're willing to give up what you've got, but are you ready for the fight to replace it? What injustice did you make right by skipping class? Life doesn't care if you don't jump through a hoop just because you know it is one. I should just fall back in line when others have figured out how to play video games for a living. Esports is a dead end for most of those kids. Actually, true. I wouldn't tell it to Songwon or Shay Young, but they're walking a hard and foolish path. Why do something like that to yourself? If you stay your course, you'll get chance after chance to figure out how to get what you want. Those programmers won't. Would you have followed the advice you're giving? I didn't. That's why I'm in the position to give it to you now. And I sure as well dream bigger. If I do what you say, you probably won't see me again. I'll stay locked in my room until I take the test or graduate, even after that if my parents decide I haven't learned my lesson. That's the only way they know how to help you, I'd wager. And that's the problem. Spend the rest of the day here if you need. Is this how you're helping? Careful. How far am I from the ending of this game? Hey, there you are. Got permission from the publisher for you to come backstage. No lying necessary. Oh, hey, yay. You had the test today, didn't you? How did it go? I did. It went alright. Just a practice one, but my friend didn't. Alright, I don't want to bother you with the details. I'm just excited to finally peek behind the curtain. You're in luck then. This way. We'll bang, okay? We navigate a twisty hallway beside the normal entrance to the XL studio to eventually emerge backstage. It's a little cramped by the stage entrance, but the entire backstage is pretty big. That's what she said. Past a lot of staff on the way back, one of whom comes to greet us. Hello again, Yon Ki. This must be your friend? Bruce peers past his nose, passes me up. He doesn't seem all that impressed. Friend and the leader of my fan club. Oh my god. Oh wow, pleased to meet you, Mr. Producer. My dream is some way at Star League. Work at Star League. I love to give player introductions or interviews. Hope you don't mind me watching. I'm so eager to learn more. Always nice to see a young person interested in the business. Well, alright. I appreciate it. Are we doing poses first? Don't call it that. It's B-roll, not poses. At the green screen, yes. After that, a photo shoot and then a brief interview. It's glorified posing, and I'm good at it. So, aren't I good at posing? Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Just like in the previews. Oh my fucking god. First, he wipes his hand down his face and beckons for Axel to follow. After just a few minutes of direction and lots of intense folded arm looks, the producer steps over. Alright, let's call it here. Nice work, Yonki. And Yankai. I can't talk fucking Korean. You'd be surprised how hard it is to get a decent shot from some of the other pros. The lady photographer gives her balls a final thumbs up before allowing Axel to step away from the camera. Give me a second. What is going on? I'm getting notifications all over. Huh. I haven't seen this name pop up in a while. Anyway, let's go back into the game. That just leaves the interview, right? Yep, it is not a real interview. They ask questions, but it's so we can give them a soundbite that they can cut into some of the promotional material. Can I help? Producer gives me a look that says I should lower my voice. But after a moment to consider, he shrugs. Would you like to see I sit behind the camera? I can teach you our process. First, you white balance, then I can hold the big microphone if you need me to. A boom mic? Don't use one for this segment. I think it's best that you just sit and watch. Oh, okay. Producer guides Axel to stand in front of yet another camera. I watch from just a few meters away with my legs crossed in my chair. Gonna run over fears who else is going to take me down. I'll blow Chungle's towers to pieces. What are you, a siege tank? Pull it back a little on the delivery. One more time. Strangely boring to watch Axel say the same lines over and over again. When I see him on TV, he's so explosive and magical. Oh well. What's wrong with Nutrigram? I've been working hard on the details of a potential sponsorship. Just then I hear someone shouting down one of the hallways. Though I'm probably not supposed to, I sneak out of my chair and peek behind stage. Oh no. You really think I would approve of foreign multi-level marketing firm to replace CHP? I need help. I can't be expected to do this by myself. Correct? I never approved what you could possibly bring to me. Not with your connections. What? Why do this to me? I've done my best as a coach and for the KPGA. You are incompetent, Park. If you have any wisdom, you'll spend these final 2 months in shame and silence. Oh shoot, the coach just caught sight of me peeking at them. Rather than try to slip away or hide, straighten up and step into the hallway fully. Sorry, I'm looking for the bathroom. Fans are not allowed backstage. I'm here with Axel. I'm sorry, I look somewhere else. Go then. I skipped the hallway and rushing to back into my chair. I don't know how I thought that is such a good excuse. All that time around Jet must have rubbed off on me. It was Coach Park, wasn't it? He looked like he was in trouble. Went back to Axel Instinct to ask for his opinion. The Seven Kingdoms may fall, but the eighth one kingdom lives on for for fuck's sake. Cringe. Alright, back out of the guy. These blisters are gonna kill me all week. Who knew a high cup Amazon was so tough? It's just out of shape. Come on, you don't hear someone complaining. I glance over at the in-house PCs to find Jet in the corner by herself. Yet another team activity she chose to skip in favor of practice. Yeah, that was more like a nature walk than a hike. What the hell is the difference? That you don't know says it all. Pierce collapses on the couch and pulls off his damp socks. He wads one and successfully sinks it into the laundry hamper across the room. My teammates laugh as he shoots the other. This time it veers off course slightly and lands on the back of Chet's chair, onto the silent horror of all. Ha! Just too focused on a practice game to notice. I take the opportunity to think by and correct one shot. You back? 1 second. That finishes out her game before spinning her chair to behold Alpha shocked you and sweaty, partially undressed, disheveled, or some combination of the three. She rubs the dark circles under her eyes. Gee, I sure missed out. It was fun, if a little drawn out. Don't you enjoy the mountains? I have to take any chance I get to practice on my own. There's a match this night. He'll be done with you after today. You should have come, that's all I'm saying. Next time, promise. She starts another game without waiting for my response. I never see her so eager to get into a ZVZ. Yo, Fierce, are we gonna go out to eat before the final? I'm starving. Let's plan to go out after instead. I'm going to want to celebrate. Feel a vibration in my pocket, expecting more amusing text from Cynthia. I reach for my phone only for it to vibrate a second time. Phone calls are rare, and the only person I've received one from in months is practicing behind me. I flip open the top and see what it is, and clench my phone when I see the word home. Uh-oh. Parents. Mom, is there someone? Can you hear me? Hi, Mom. Yes, I'm here. Okay, good. How are you? Why do you never call? But it's just that I'm so busy. Listen, your father and I are going on vacation next weekend. Come home and watch the house while we're gone, won't you? Spending time away from the team house isn't allowed. How many times have I told you that? Yeah? And how long are games going to be the most important thing to you? Can't you just do this one thing? We can pay you. Oh, sorry, but I can't. There's a long silence. A gentle sigh passes through my shell's phone's grainy earpiece, but even after it, she has nothing to say. Got a second in a big tournament in China, and I've been on TV a bunch recently. Don't you ever watch? Darling, I've tried to watch. A year ago, it was a charming diversion. It's also confusing and just not for us. Play your games in the house if you come home, and I want you to clean out your room, especially your closet. I won't turn it into I won't turn it a guest bedroom, but I need to know what I can throw away. I have a qualifier next weekend. When I don't have anything to practice for, maybe I could. She cuts me off with an impatient growl, a sound I have heard countless times since I was a child. You're absolutely impossible to talk with someone. Call your father and tell me yourself that you won't be coming home, because I'm not doing it. Look, I need to go. I'm one, clasp my cell phone shut. I want to throw it against the ground so I don't have to think about the inevitable follow-up call. Said I settled for powering it off for the next few days. Everything okay? There to see Fierce watching me. Some of the guys come out here for smokes break together, but Taiwan one is alone. Yeah, I'm fine. Just called from my parents. Ah, I leave suddenly, so I wonder. I know how that goes. I'm not sure you do. I saw you with your mom in the crowd at the team league. Our relationship wasn't always like that. It almost never is for pro gamers. She was at my throat all the time before skating by in the school. Things got a little better when I could pay my own rent, but my mom was never happy about StarCraft until she came to watch in person. It was now at one door that it made me look like a celebrity. She told me it was because I seemed so happy. Anyway, I hope your parents changed their mind, but that isn't why they came out here. What's wrong? Everything's set for the final tonight? No, not that. I can't wait to get my hands on Ching, actually. Think about the roster for the next season's Team League, and it's coming down to some tough choices. I want to hear your opinion on something. Chet is a great player, and he's only getting better. I was really impressed by her performance in 2v2, even if some of the guys thought it was all you. Between Wang's final season and her inflexible play, hard for me to consider her. Pierce isn't going to play Jet. Even after she nailed the single chance she was given, it was 2v2 and all, but still. Star Sense. Jess is the most competitive person I know. As long as she's on Shock T1, in your interest to nurture a natural instinct for this game. Leaving her on the sidelines will hurt her growth. Not enough for her to want it. We'd all be lottery winners if that was the case. You chose her as your practice partner. You can't tell me she's an average talent. Jess is capable of great things if she works hard, just like you and me, but we're not kingmakers, Sangwon. Strong competitor doesn't plow through their goals unopposed. They take hits, cope with setbacks, and they bounce back. You're right. Jet is competitive. That means she should be able to handle not getting what she wants right away. What else can I show Fierce the Jet that I know that she's capable and should be defined by her past. Is it possible for me to convince him that Jet deserves the chance I've been given? What should I really be doing to help her in this situation? If I have nothing else to say, maybe that's okay, but I should stand by her in the face of injustice. Cheese? No. Standard? Sniper. Standard. There's a third play strong, but not the strongest of the thirds we have. Just wants that type of role on team, she'll have to earn it with her performance. Bearing something spectacular. Be at least a season or two before she'll get the chance to. Give her games with less on the line then. Team League should be a place for players to break out young, unproven players. That's been in the league before. How can I justify playing her for exposure when others need it more? I mean, I get the chance of playing eventually, but not right away. I'd give it sniper. Sniper? But if you're a runner as a sniper, so I want to run her, just not immediately. Jet has a single-minded focus. Jet has single-minded focus. That's usually for every program, but especially for one that only has to counter one player in one map. But the sniper role isn't ideal as a long-term position. It distracts from vital 1v1 league practice time. I'm aware I'm sniping for you after all, and I'm not saying you should play her over me. Even if you are, I wouldn't. The cheese? Is it the cheese? What about playing her in a more aggressive role? Not as strong as Toad, nor it is particularly strong in the meta. Look, I want the same thing that you do. All she needs is practice time. You can already see she's got the drive to make it happen. She isn't ready. I'm not going to play her until I'm certain she is. She and I are nearly identical in skill, even from my perception it doesn't seem fair. Your win against Locke proved that you were ready. If I didn't see you working hard to improve and if your style didn't nicely suit our sniping needs, then I wouldn't play you. I really don't have much to argue with there. Chris's line of thinking makes it that much harder for me in particular to argue on Jet's behalf. So we're deciding her fate. That's everything I could have an impact on him. I can imagine it's been enough. She's focused on the 1v1 league right now, but this won't be something Che Young wants to hear. I'll talk to her. Thanks, I appreciate that. One. Coming to watch tonight? Of course. It's not coming even an option. One might too much. It's Coach Kang who you have to steer clear of. You at Coex. Pierce puts her hands on my shoulder and takes off. Right. So it's his grand finals. With most of the team of the practice room by now, I climb upstairs to grab my bag to join them. I find a single inhabitant still see their computer face down with a lost screen on display for her. Jet? Starts up at once and then falls onto her palm. Sorry, I was way too late going over replays. Is it time yet? Come with me. Everyone's too excited for the final ground to grind hard. Today should be easy. I should. Though she leaves it at that, Jet stands a moment later and stretched out with her hands on the small of her back. Do I fit in here? Making it work? I think I was better off when it was just the two of us. It's hard for me to figure out why that is. The one who's making it work. This is the price I pay. We haven't done anything wrong. How many times do we have to talk about this? This isn't about my mistakes where I'm a girl. I could overcome the awkward stares and the uncomfortable critiques if I had to. Thinking about this a lot. I just want to win. That's all I want, and it comes at the cost of everything else. Your frustrating personas and an honorable knight of esports makes you fit in. The other guys take you because you're of their creation. I'm not an outsider by choice. I'm like this by nature. I think you are too, but you're buried it down deep. I hate that Frisk makes it look so effortless. You hate me? just like anyone else on Shock T1. They want all the same things you do and they're working hard to get them. And I see that in them, but I don't see that in me. I know they do, because Fierce just told me he does. That you need to have that conversation behind my back proves me right. Next you'll tell me that even if I'm practicing for next meals, it's okay as long as I'm trying my best. But I see that. Where have I heard it before? Maybe actually play you if you aren't so blinded about your self-interest. Is how I want this to go. But I can't lie to Jet. For a sake, I need to tell her what to expect. You won't make the main roster. Not because you don't deserve it, but because you lost out to those who deserve it more. Jet watches me silent. I see pain flicking in her expression. And you? He didn't say. Then you say sniper. Congratulations. I'm ready to go to the practice room now. Jet doesn't wait for my response. With her shoulders tense, she leaves without her keyboard or her bag. I'm left with no choice but to follow behind. I struggle to keep up with her pace. Uh-oh. That's between us is to step into the practice room. Though a few of our teammates sit at their bench for games, the majority held around Fierce. And though the final isn't for another 6 hours or so, he'll have to get to the venue in less than an hour for live promos and press. That leaves him with just enough time for some idle chat and final well wishes. That's not how we're about to spend the time between then and now, I realize. Fierce. Oh, hi, Jet. Is everything alright? Been wondering something. What did you have to give up to get where you are? I know you're hard card, but tell us the costs of a life as Taiwan Fierce Kim. What did your friends from high school think of you? When you see your extended family, what kind of things do they say? At what stage of your career did you finally escape the fear that you were wasting your life? If you ever had that fear, there is. Oh. Take it easy, Chae Young. Fierce is about to play. Tone down the negativity. Should I? Never seemed like much of a priority before. Was it that Fierce? What is it that Fierce said? Honesty is important? How about a little honesty then, Fierce? I can pretend to be this great sportsman, but I know that no one as strong and oblivious as you gets there without stepping on others. But it's not that you did step on others. We all have to. It's that knowing you, you did it with a smile. I don't know what I've done to make you say all that to me, especially in front of our teammates. But you've said it, and I hear you. Sometime after tonight, I want us to figure out the problem you're having and what we can do to make things better. It looks like she wants to scream. She clenches her fists and hard enough that her knuckles turn white. You don't get it. I don't want your sympathy. I don't want your understanding. All I want is what you have. And you're in my way. Coach Kang, Chae Young, that is enough. Leave I want to prepare. I want to speak with you outside, right now. Take it down a notch. Everything's fine. We can. No, don't try to tell me this is okay. From all sides and shaking with rage, Jet pushes her way past me and makes for the exit in the mall. Give trades, but all the looks I get from my other classmates are with her or with us. She's gone, I'm left with nothing but their stares. Some in disgust at the door and others in apology at the fears. So how was that? Who does Chae Young think she is? No, that was Jet alright. It only took 6 weeks for her to finally show her true colors again. While of Marvel's I turn to see Fierce, his concern doesn't fade even with the part for tonight's match. Oh, I'm on Coach Park's thing. I'm done here. Is it about to start? Yes, there's room on the floor over here. My lawyer stares at me expectant. With a small smile, I rise from my scotched corner of the couch to offer it over. Late? Late enough that no one feels like practicing with the XSL's 2008 autumn final about to begin. So it's 2008. Oh my. No one but Locke, that is. That's been the case more often than not. The team's awareness of our struggles and knowledge of its imminent demands killed the wind in the sails of my village, except for one. He has it easier since it won't be the end of his career. For the rest of them, for me, programmer only has so much choice. Putting up it isn't easy, but it's something we all have to do eventually. How many times are they supposed to take a hit like this and keep going? Most are already considering what's next after programming. Military service and maybe a college after that if you're lucky. We don't live forever. When the path ahead is blocked, maybe it's better to turn around and pick another. It's not romantic, it's not pretty, but the truth is that sometimes you have to give up. And then I knocked on the door. Once, and then many more times more. Insistent. Buck heard it, he doesn't show it. Everyone else, adults are on the TV for the last decades. Probably another local church group trying to fundraise. We might have God's blessing, but we don't have 100,000 won for gift wrapping paper. King Young Park here. I need to speak with him. Shang Young, son, what are you? Every head fixated on TV turns to behold Jed instead. She steps past me and focuses on the one person in the room unwilling to meet eyes with her just yet. I have something to ask of you. Log pauses his replay in the middle of a game deciding engagement. Ask it. Gives the shock T1 jacket and tosses it on the floor behind her. Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Strictly on the face, we lose as an organization. There's nothing to say for how she must have affected Taiwan that night. Coach Khan gestures sharply to Fierce, who sits in silence. Behind the PC shows the news we steadily come to expect in the days since Fierce defeated the XL final, so he lost. The other teammates linger nearby, but of course there's only one of us who is ever going to speak in Jet's defense. She has a contract. Coach, how was this even allowed to happen? Even though it's early, there should be at least a few people practice by now, but the atmosphere is too thick with tension. I know they want me to feel like it's my fault. She signed up as a practice partner. We only put her on the team league roster as a formality. Didn't sign any reasons without a non-compete. Yes, Jet wasn't happy here. And we all learned a little about team culture. No, Taiwan, this isn't the end of this. Chauffeurs had long glare. Everyone's been stepping on eggshells since we went down 1-3 to Ching, but that won't distract me from the reality of the situation. This is my fault. It's his. No one echoes or denies fierce sentiment. Most of them just want to know they're going to be okay. Or are they kidding? This guy's had nothing to lose from her departure. When enough of them wander back to their stations and familiar chorus of clicks, Peps infiltrates the team house. Could have done something about this. I told you straight up that she wouldn't want to hear that she wasn't being considered for Team League. I won't ignore the needs of my team. You couldn't have done this differently. Swap between her and Wang over to help her build her style instead of polish her ears? I don't know. And as long as you don't think about it, you don't have to. You might shrug off her departure because she was just a practice partner to you, but I can't. We were making this work together. Here's just an answer. I don't even blame Jet at this point. Whatever. Like I said, there's nothing for you to do about it now. Let's just focus on the game, leave this to someone else. Me, and with that thought in mind, I take my seat at the PC. So she left the organization. And so? Myself, I must have fallen asleep with my face buried in mudside. Eyes rolled on him. There's a guy here to see you. Huh? Oh, Mr. Clark, you're here. So, you got a sec? Sure. Oh, I never seen you leave your PC bag before. This is crazy. So my club members either watch from afar or decided that now is a good time to steal some free time before a hard one. Has Yuna been coming to class? Not for a few days. And you haven't spoke to her? No, I'll be honest, Mr. Clark, I'm really nervous for you, and not just for what's going to happen, but for her whole life. The thesis is in less than a month. Taking a long moment to think, Cook glances towards the back of the room where a few PCs await against the wall. Let's play it. Do you mind? Warcraft? But I'm still not very good. Don't sweat it. Just try to win the little. Gonna play? Before I find the game's icon, the clerk already has had a lobby made. He watched his little up and join in. Even as I struggled to remember all this, Bolt and Jed taught me more than a month like we managed to keep up our conversation. Life stuff for a high school student of this era. I'm qualified to pass that judgment. Did you have to study like us too? Even now you work a lot of hours, Mr. Clerk. I sell my time to survive. Now my life was different than yours. The life online. I missed that. Oh, now I want to play StarCraft, but I can't. I'm no longer 16. I can't do RTS anymore. My old man gave up everything for his beliefs, including his own life. Sounds noble, unless you're his kid and widow. Even though I inherited his politics, I barely knew him. Ma emigrated and working as a maid to keep us alive. She hadn't worked a day in her life until then. She worked the rest of them without much complaint. Because they really cared. Not much different than yours or Eunice, I'd bet. These insensible people want better lives for their kids and work hard to see it happen. There's only so much that's obvious to parents. Cook good food, move to a better neighborhood, enroll in a good school. Complicated stuff is what makes your parents your parents. I nearly joined the training school for idols a few years back. I've been doing camps before then, and I was serious about taking the plunge. During an interview, someone from the agency offhandedly said I had a chubby face. My mom, Godman, would let me sign after that. I was so upset with her. But I don't wonder what my life would be like if she didn't, because I trust her. Who somehow kills my career even though my micro was really good. Now for my GG intern. You alright? I'm fine. I just want to know if Uni is. I'd tell you if I knew for sure. I'm doing all I know how. Do something for me. Talk to her and make her listen. Give her some of that down confidence you've got. Hey, I'm not dumb. Nah, you are. Just a little bit. It's just right. Oh, wow. Those of us who don't enjoy a world that pits us against us one another at every turn need ways to cope. Confidence is about as good as it gets. What the heck are you even saying? Just don't call me dumb. Yeah, alright. I'll bet. He rises from his seat and looks through the door. Beyond the windows, the sun looks really sad. Thanks for stopping by, Mr. Clerk. I promise I'll talk to you now. Good. You know where to find her. And I promise I'm going to beat you the next time we play. Take care of yourself, Minzo. Alone, I step to my desk and pull out my... Apologize for drooling on me. Oh my fucking god, she's talking to the plushie again. Also, I don't have time to talk. We're going to be late to Hagwan. Right. Always late to Hagwan. And I need your help. What I'm supposed to do for you now? There are things she must have enjoyed about learning to get such grades. Try to remind her of them, maybe? It's a really good idea, but how? I don't have all the answers, so you'll have to figure this out on your own. Yeah, fine. She's dumb as fuck. Beyond the apartment buildings enters as you look, emerging light up a cigarette. Coach Parkstrom is in Charlotte. Being young at the cloud to smoke inside the practice area. He wanted to, but chose to do it outside anyway. Maybe it was for his teammates, or maybe he wants to sound the fresh air. I spring my ambush in an instant. A casual place puts me within harm's reach before either takes notice. Oh, come on. I didn't. Come on. Let's talk. What's in your mind? Locke turns away to focus on his cigarette, leaving me to content with only with the coach part. That's fine. I've got plenty I want to say him first. Yet he's her own person. If she's happy on renown, she should stay. But I can't help but be suspicious. What could you possibly mean by that? She thought us out on her own. And you signed her after kicking me just a month or two ago. Because the team lost its sponsor. I remember what the vice chairman had to say. Someone, everything I did was out of necessity for the team. I can't say that honestly. But what about you? Have you done anything for anyone other than yourself? I spent a year as a practice partners. When I get chat on the shop to one, there's a reason I have the vice chairman's respect. Then, did you ever tell Jetty about my offer to join Renown? No. Why is that, someone? Were you afraid she'd choose us over Shock T1? Whose interest would that have been in? I want to. I don't have to listen to you. You're a failure, and you're out of time to fix it. Get out of my way. I didn't come here to waste my breath on you. Something behind Coach Parker's eye shatters. If he's lost the patience he's been battling on to for years and years. You're right, someone. You're known as screwed. Never mind that it is underperforming players like you that put us in this position in the first place. I signed Jet because men obsess over her. Even if she won't play the role once intended for her by the KPGA, he will still come out for her in droves. You really need me to say that? Or do you want to keep pretending that you and her are even remotely the same? Maybe the price you push out of Tower Shock T1 will save my squad. Even if she doesn't, I'll just have to enjoy these last few months depriving you of something precious. You know, maybe once my idea to remove you from the roster. I was glad to do it. Privileged little shit like you can only play pretend in a world like this. The things the rest of us have to do to make it this far. Locke suddenly glances over and puts a hand on Coach Park's shoulder. What do you have back inside, Coach? Let me handle this. Kat is a good player. Despite all the attention that's on her, she's underrated. The United Knight, perhaps not. And what perspective do we have to justify to you? Are you better than her? That has nothing to do with I am here. I don't care why you think you're here. Answer the question. I am better. There's no one I won't eventually take down, so what? And why do you care that she's with us? You'll win when you play her, then why does it matter? I don't need to explain that to you. No, you do. Because I'm certain that in your response is the answer to something you still don't understand. About me and about Reno. No? Then why don't I take a guess? You rely on her, but it has nothing to do with the rivalry or training together. You know nothing about either of us. It's true that I don't know Shay Young very well. We've spoken a little since she joined. By that, I can already tell there's more to her than the rest of us thought years back. I know you well, someone. Well enough that it isn't really a guess, because exactly what happened when you were my practice partner. Lean on those around you for assurance to stay motivated. No, to show that you're motivated. It's not enough for you to just work hard. You need to be told that's the case. Your disapproval with how I do things doesn't concern me. I've performed better in the past month than ever before, and I beat you in case you've forgotten. You have middling team performance, and you've had to qualify for XSL. You won't win this argument by pretending you have the right to be proud. Only does it hold you back, but it's off-putting. It's burdensome. Every chance you had to practice on your own, you instead made it a point to prepare a build on my behalf without me asking. Why? For my sake? No. It was for yours. Because every time I won something, you felt a little vicarious glimmer of pride that caused a pride in your own performance. Jet will leave you behind. Not just as teammate, but altogether. Forget what Coach Fark said. We sent Jet because she's hungry. And you can't buy that with talent. And performance, that's what this is about. 7 kings are dead. Shingo has usurped you all. No king will survive, and that is the beauty of legacy. When we win, we wedge ourselves in the hearts and minds of those who watch. What we have accomplished, others shall build upon it into an endless future. As long there is one person who remembers StarCraft, one person who knows what his sport was, then we live on. What we leave behind is more important than who we are. If you were an old man, I might understand how you could say that, but we all have our lives ahead of us. Pro gaming is the end for us. Am I mistaken? The end of a StarCraft career is an end. And the relationship the Jedi and I have to compare it to ours. There may be tales lost to me. Don't forget I knew her in a time that you did not. Jetta 3 years ago was innocent, eager to please. She clearly discovered that did not take her where she wanted to go. What the KPG referred to as behavior, I could see from a distance, was cunning. Had she been more disciplined, it might have eventually worked for her. I do not know her as you do, but are you certain that you are as close as you imagine? That she hasn't been gliding your tailwind, primed to overtake you? I see what you're trying to do, and it's unnecessary. I don't need to hate Jet to compete with her. Hmm. Ceremony. Don't take this wrongly, Keon. As long as I've known you, I've been silent and mostly joyless. But you're a champion. That doesn't happen without the drive to see it done. There's no secret to this someone. We do what we are good at and what we enjoy. Whereas at the end was only ever tertiary. There are those who find fame and success inspiring, but they won't find either without something deeper. Fight is everything. A fine way of putting it. Broken. I have now, I owe to my victory against you. Maybe even before that. Sometimes I ask myself if I deserved. Stop. I treasure the year we spent together, someone. And if you're insecure, you are challenged. Focus. Better no less than what this game deserves. When I return in the near future shall remain if you are worthy of the legacy I leave behind. In this view at the top. I've seen the view at the top. Just one other person I care about sees it too, and I am content. You must take or earn it on your own. That is vital component, however, hoping that a life spent on sacrifice will fulfill you. That's why you're here instead of abroad at college, isn't it? Hmm. This ain't it. Harder to find out what is. You say I spent my performance in service of yours? Why? Because I tried to be a good practice partner? That truth is self-evident. Look at where you went after I cut you from CHP Renown. Barely 2 weeks later, I'm back in the league as a team league sniper. Why can't you ever be honest? Changing this stupid and sagely persona of yours makes me want to bring my brain out like a rag. Okay, I do like you, son. You reflect the best and the worst of you of this profession. Most professional gamers come from nothing. I, in particular, spent nearly every night at the PC bank rather than at the home of my absent parents. We know nothing but the game, especially at first. With no better reference, it's impossible for us to acknowledge the absurdity of this lifestyle. Behind that facade, either I or KDG gave you as a loyal KPJ soldier, you know this is a ridiculous way to live. That so many of us do it anyway proves that there's something to it. What exactly I still cannot be sure of. But I am happy to leave my mark on it all the same. Still not this. What is it then? Fucking show? I've been at the press event outside the studio. Why did Vice Chairman need to speak with you? I don't see a reason to keep this from you. Renown will likely fold in the near future. The KPJ intends to replace it with a new team in the interim winter season. Young and I were offered a place on the roster. Vice Chairman Joe is tough, but treats those who live up to what is expected of a pro gamer fairly. No, his poor conduct lost him some favor with the KPGA, but he has been given a chance to earn it back, so long as he changes his ways. We're never one so obsessed with falling in line. I'm not, but I've always been eager to uphold the right rules. Right, this ain't it either. Royal Road? You didn't have to pay the same toll as someone like me or Jet. Same group season you first qualified, you marched straight to the final and claimed your place as the champion. Who was I before then, Swango? Not a practice partner, but I trained obsessively on my own. The denizens of the PC Wing I frequented as a child treated me like a freak of nature. Hence the competitors treat my royal rule like a coronation, but as a revisionist history someone, the bracket was the hardest challenge of my life. For a young man to take a bold step in pursuit of his dreams and conquer it on first try against such overwhelming odds. There was never a chance that I would ever top that achievement. What then could I look forward to but an internal defense of what I had achieved? The paralyzing grip of an aimless future. You know that too, don't you, someone? I never stopped practicing, nor have I lost the will to win. But what I want most isn't another Star League, but success for those who carry on my spirit. That alone was reason enough for me to sign Jet. So that's it? She's your replacement protege? No, but she shall provide the challenger he needs. Mind games. Is all this just a bunch of mind games on Jet's behalf? You won't cripple me with an underhanded tactic so easily. When your notions of fair and foul play mean nothing to me. None represent the KPG's ideals stronger than I. Nonetheless, I never lied to you. Only withheld truths that would do you harm. You want to see her. Proceed the better after that. That's not what I came here for. Have it your way. I want to admit this sincerely. When you're a qualifier or quit pro gaming, you don't get to decide that. Which came quite surely clearly still thinking about yesterday. No doubt he'd have his words from me, or more likely fears if it wasn't practice time. First I thought I'd jump straight into practice with Wong, but I caught him in the middle of a practice so I'd set to load mine up as well. Just a few minutes later, I feel exhausted and unable to continue. I wave Wang away when he signals me for a game and load up and replay instead. The replay is still on, this why I pull out my phone to start one contact in particular. Press her name and let the call go through. So don't need to bring the receiver to my ear. Part of the reason is that she won't answer. I won't pretend that I'm okay with how this turned out. Chad needs to know that I want to leave things like that. Leaves just one with the ability to find dish. If I was just about to hop in our flight. Make time swing by so soon. Only if we qualify. Of not worth coming out otherwise. Then I trust at least one of you will let me know. Now the first comes to see you. They are all 42 should be in the free vote, so just got qualified well done, but I'll keep on you in the loop. If you will, or cards, someone. You too, Miss Junior Exec. Must have to see my replies, time teeth, and it must be a finished some time ago, judging by look up from the email to my right. You're sure there's no more that you have to share, Taiwan? No, sir. See, thank you for your honesty. Are you Kang? No, there's one more question. Lee, I should have expected as much. Come, walk with me. The token revolt I should feel obligated to raise a pod practice doesn't come. Before I know it, we're out in the hall and headed for the Excel studio. Huge gangsters fall, but the vice chairman holds at hand him after their look. The shocked one coach retreats back into practice room to studio. I have to imagine you know what this is about. No, not a clue. Well, I recall that you pushed for Shang Yung's song to join the shipment. I take it that you too have some history. You say that, and I thought it was best forever. For us, yes, but also for the league. I want what's the best for KGB as well, so you should have no trouble answering my questions. Speaking, has Shang Yung attended non-section tournaments? I pause. Axel's carefree visitor comes to mind. Besides ICG, no, but she wasn't in the league at the time. Has she been involved in any business with outside sponsors? She took a gig with foreign brand called Gear Flame, but again, that was before she was on Sharks. Stand now. Are you certain she hasn't continued working there? As far as I know. Very well. Then are you aware of any unsportsmanlike conduct Chen Yung might have perpetrated against your teammates or opponents? And she paid for an opponent's to repay or use stimulants. Engaged in criminal the game or otherwise. No. Chat is rough around the edges, she's a real competitor. Please tell me what is this about? Slows and turns. Behind him the backstage of this studio hums quietly. You want to show loyalty to someone, but Shane Young's song doesn't. She never has. Person who cares only for themselves simply does not belong in our league. I was willing to overlook her initially, but now it's obvious that she must go. Stop. Why? Because she wanted to be like any other player? Because we tired of being a token? Misunderstand. This is our sport, our domain. It is our duty to protect its legitimacy and longevity. Answer me honestly. Tomorrow, Chinese oligarch raised up a league from nothing and paid particles what the KBG could not. Would just stay or go? You claim we treated her unfairly, but she was given the same chance they were as a practice partner. Look at the difference between you now. You're fond of Shane, but look past your intentional preserver and realize we're up against foreign developers, panic mothers, and reactionary media against those who goof at our success and happily mock our failures. For 10 years we struggled for it. Now she spends her breath in defiance. For what? Shen Young's son will never be a champion. How do you know whether or not Chet can win a Star League? You don't play StarCraft. I do not, but I did not find myself within the KPJ blindly. I understand competition. I acknowledge the truth that there are winners and losers. Music plenty, song 1. Song is crass and unladylike by nature. I have no doubt she's an enjoyable companion, but she's not worthy of representing a league. She didn't need to step into the spotlight. Shane Young's plan for her return was always to focus on her play. And more than most times, she has found her way back at the center stage. Do you think that's some coincidence? Given the privilege of Star League win, would you stand against her? Which Star League champion has been as vulgar and self-serving as she? In that, you have your answer. After the debate, the league arranged his exhibition match for Jet more than once. Help me understand what the KPGA hoped to accomplish and what went wrong. I shouldn't have to explain this to you, but a female professional gamer is a unique and attention-grabbing curiosity. The bar with which we measure success is viewership. What was she being groomed for, if not a career in StarCraft? Lee, the point behind this exhibition was to give her matches she could not earn on her own, reveal her profile, and in turn drive fans through the door. You see the fans of our top players, and no doubt you know the command of our burgeoning music industry stars. Had she cooperated, the suit could have had the best of both worlds. Her childish refusal to commit her career was irredeemable. She may believe that it was her choice to depart, but we made no comfort available to her in those final months. When I heard the name shaking on song in our office lobby, I knew it could only mean trouble. She's already squandered the second chance she stole. I won't condemn her for any of that. And I hold that against Lee. A woman's wiles are not unheld so easily. Not so easily. You're treating her like an object. What do you think for the KPG? Go for the. We have a right to be proud of what we accomplished, but I can't imagine you're satisfied just yet. For as long as we exist, the KPGA must be positioned to regulate new titles and empower existing ones. Esports has nowhere to go but up, and I'll need to explain to you why that's the reason enough that we ensure our country's continued dominance. You only good at fucking StarCraft and fucking League now. Stop with bullshit. You always garbage at first-person shooters, esports. Will always be. Overwatch is not a shooter. It's a fucking brawl game. The only good your thing got good you're only good at is fucking RTS games, light games, MOBAs, and fucking fighting games. The bigger esports that are now, Koreans are garbage. And so am I. Regardless of anyone else, South Korea's rise was not a random one. Our duty now is to protect the throne. The throne is gone. No longer exists. Vice Chairman nods, a glint of such in his case. Are the swans of this link involved with your decision making here? You should want someone like Jet front and center. They did, but the goodwill and excitement we had poured into Shen Young Sung ended shortly after the debut. Seem to have forgot that I've been through this with her already. I was patient then, but she could be changed, better molded. She will expect their association with StarCraft to reward them with goodwill and an aura of excellence. Shen Young Sung represents neither. Wins are credibility in StarCraft. Certain that Jet will get hers in that, but will soon enough. There's anyone should be after Coach Park. However, Jet came to join Renown, we must have played some role. Can you fine or remove him from poaching? Rest assured, you're not the only one to despise Park. Renown's inability to perform is a symptom of his many failings. Already I have put in motion his removal from the league. My authority over him gives me every right to take a right approach, but it's better for the league to do so quietly. KPG has every right to look strong. Constant of evils project chaos. Correct. China might not have every quality that you want in a representative of StarCraft. She's not the first to meet the that description, is she? Fine. Anders Hawk Hansen. First and only foreign Star League champion. Even if he was respectful and sportsmanlike in every sense, he remained firmly an outsider. I have misgivings about him, just like I have disagreements with Jed. The differences between the players is what makes the crucible of competition compelling. His victory was before the creation of KPGA. StarCraft was a game then, not a sport. Occurs inextricably from the rise of the PC Bang and the better lives that average people claimed at that time. Hansen rose from nothing to claim a victory is a charming footnote to that history. Just like Shane Young, his story might have inspired some, but today the nation is our audience. Only victory under their terms can satisfy the expectations we built. Honor, devotion, 12 hours a day, much competition, and the pride that comes with it. Precisely. It's clear to me now that chess removal from the league isn't something he'll be swayed from so easily. She'll know to watch her bank and protect her alliance. I'll make sure of it. Sir, all you like someone, but they won't change the truth, nor that we must do. I've gone to war for the KPGA, defended in ways you will never know. For that, I'll never ask for more than your loyalty and hard work. You may tell Coach Kang that I'll find another way. He departs. I'm left to find my way back to restroom in silence. Fucked up. A little longer. That was something, but I can hear him properly from inside my backpack. One of my classmates seated next to me turns and stares. You see something? No. Weirdo. I mean, later our teacher dismisses class, so I'm in the third row back. I'm first out the door. I don't know why I'm rushing. She's sure to be there and doesn't have anywhere else she wants to go. But it feels like I need to get this done right now. Oh, it's for Yuna. Every wasted second is the one that she'll need for all the heck when she's missed. Yuna could be hanging on you. One of Golden's many cozy and others. She and her middle school crowd huddles together in one of their aisles. Whereas the solitary slouch MMO players are more spread out. This search might take a while, especially if she's sleeping. But now my search is over before it even begins, because she's sitting right at the front desk alone. Oh. Time? What? Easy time. Do you want some? Where's Mr. Clerk? He's out. If you want time, you get it from me. Oh, well, I already have time on my account. Ah, right. Are you okay? I haven't seen you in school in a whole week. Of course I am. I've got a place to stay. I can read and study whatever I feel like. I'm even making money for the first time ever. Who is fair about it too? That's great. If you're happy, I'm happy too. How would I be? He's killing myself at school on Hag One every single day. Then one of the middle schoolers screams so loud that the unit jolts in place. Ah, I know what you mean. It's been hard. With less than a month to go, I've been pushing myself as hard as I can. But you know, I'm a little worried. What for? You've done all the ridiculous and crushing chores considered baseline for the CSAT. Fucking CSATs, man. Yeah, but I'm nervous whether or not I'll score what I want. My practice test didn't come well. Didn't finish on time, and after checking my work, I realized I wrote some of my answers onto Scantron incorrectly. How? Haven't your tutor showed you how to avoid that? Not at my school, no. You have to go after class for special information like that sometimes. Look, pull up a seat. This will only take a second. Then you can get back to StarCraft or whatever. Okay. Okay, that's not way too excited. Stay calm. Yuna fixed me with an odd look but pulls up a blank piece of paper from the pencil. After a little scribbling, she has it troublingly close to the layout of an actual test page. Okay, first of all, always write on the text page. Instructors like to reuse those packets that tag on, but during the real deal, just do it. When you have your answer, circle and then write the letter to the left of the question. Don't go from your question to the scantron. Slower if you're jumping between the two and kills focus. All that exists before you use the packet. Okay? Naturally. I'll write all my answers in the sheet at the end. As an R to it, 3 at a time, A, C, A, B, A, C, A, B, D. Like that, you'll never forget 3 letters in a row, and it's much rarer to probably make a mistake if you do it this way. Oh, and you mentioned you're going slow. It's important to skip a question if it remote strips you up. Even if it is something you rush like text anxiety, just skip ahead. You have to be fast and decisive. It's much better to skip a question that was giving you trouble than failing to reach the end before the time limit is up. Those final questions could be the easiest ones on the test. This goes without saying, but never ever turn in your tests early. Use every single second to check your answers if you manage to finish ahead of time. Oh my gosh, there's so much to this. Second, I dig through my backpack, setting them up on the table to make more room for my search. Phew, glad to be out there. Oh no, she's talking again like a stuffed animal. Oh, hello, Yuna. Please don't mind control me again. Stop. Yeah. Pull out a full practice packet and drop it on the table to Yuna with a thank. Dust scatters all around us that Yuna waves away with a cough. I don't feel like going to have one either. Can you help me study instead? You have to pay attention, okay? With Eunice shift done and we spill out of golems on fire together for hours later. I didn't see Mr. Clay, but I did hear the door to his oven open and close at some point. I was just too focused on using the structural lookup. As for all your help, you don't need to thank me. Just for a little while, it felt good to think I haven't been wasting my time. It could actually help someone. You're the smartest person I know. I'll be honest. I don't totally get what it is that you hate so much about everything you were meant to do. I know it's not just that it's hard. You're not afraid to take on a challenge if it's for the right reason. But what I do get is this. If you don't come back into school, you won't be with me when the rest of us graduate next year. I don't want that. Please come back. There's been a sinking guilt inside me since I left your club. Even if I can justify it to myself, it just doesn't matter to almost anyone else. And I'm scared to go home. There's no getting around that. I can tell her the truth that her parents will be relieved to see her, but I can promise they'll show it in how they treat her. I don't have the power to help her, she just helping me, but I have to try. I'll walk you home, and if you decide against it on the way there, you can stay at my house tonight. Does that sound okay? I reach forward and take her hand gently. She tenses, but only for a moment. So she takes her home. Push past the glass door to the questionnaire and breathes a sigh of relief. Got it a little close, didn't you? Standing against the wall with a frustrating grin on his face is Axel. Given how early he was eliminated last season, he must have qualify as well. First round, the opponent shouldn't have given me such a hard time. You don't have to pretend to be disappointed in yourself with me. You won. That means you celebrate. Talk if you want. However you face next week, won't let you make a comeback like that. Should get back in the air to watch my teammates. Congrats on the win. Sophie Shakti one guys remain mid-match. Of everyone already standing, the Swang and I made it to the next round. It's packed inside the qualification area beyond the glass door. Every licensed program starts their XSL run in that room, except the four who have the privilege of playing their games as a pre-season feature exhibition at the studio. Consider joining Axel back inside when I remember why I fled in the first place, just in there, and their repentance is much stronger than mine was. I want to distract her or risk watching her lose. Nor is now the time for the conversation you should have had already by now. Good stuff, someone. Didn't realize you'd make the time to come down here. Like to watch. It's really crazy that so many good games get played in these qualifiers for an audience of none. That and I've been thinking through what happened, my role in it, my priorities. She was just a practice partner. Everyone's looking themselves up on behalf of others. Locke made that clear to me. Coming down here to support us eases your guilt, great, but don't act like it was a mistake. Someone, we're on the same team. I'm not your enemy. This game can be conquered alone. You should know that. Glass wall, I see a flash of red. Through a crowd of dozen others, she jet on her feet with clenched fists and a relieved smile. Opposite her, the favorite turn slouches with his head back. Still playing inside me. Despite everything, I'm happy for her. I'm frustrated that this isn't over. Oh, the vice chairman was out of the publication area. He noticed me, but says nothing when he passes. Come on, I want to see you qualify. Let me help you prepare for next week. Not as a favor, but as a teammate. I'm sure that Fish could do so much for me. No different from Locke or Jet. Okay, but to pricey room. Never have I spent a more excruciating day in practice. The moment that did not directly involve me winning a game of StarCraft made me want to send a fist through my monitor. Clear now that I've been using a crutch, suffer through the raw misery that is life devoted solely to performing well at Brood War. It was fun, so I told them. Everyone agrees on it, but fun isn't the right word. It was good to get better, to make progress, to be good, to win, but at some point the progress has to stop. At some point, you lose. I'm not ready to assign myself to the idea this is as far as I can go, not without knowing it's true. Begin the ritual completely every other day since her departure. I check my text again and find them empty. Then I call. This time the ring stops early. I catch a breath through the speaker and then a word. Hello? You answered. I made it clear you won't stop calling. I can at least do you in the favor of acknowledging you. Is everything okay? I'm not angry with you. That's what you mean. No, I mean you. Are you doing okay? I'm going to also worried. Shouldn't I be over what happened? I'm scared of losing you. You and I aren't chess partners. We're opponents. That's what our bet is all about. It's what I like about you, and if it's what makes us who we are. You're the only one who ever understood that. I forced things my way. I should have let you find your way back into the game. You did what you thought was best. I won't blame you for that. I shouldn't blame Fierce either. We all have to do what's best for us. Miss you? Yeah. See you too. We'll meet tomorrow. Hold! You made it here, but also in the next round. Wow. I mean, so Zug before brushing her off me. From cool, lazily thumbing through a newspaper and his burnout mid-afternoon customers, he looks like me some serial alone. Sorry, but I'm just so happy for you guys. Oh my gosh. One more game until you're officially in the XSL. Because we both get someone easy next round. I don't need anything else to stress about. They told me all about what happened. I wish everyone had gotten along. I don't know how I feel about it. Shakti one has good zergs, but it was about more than that. Now she knows. Well, she'll show them. You should hear the way she talks about practice. She had only ever responded to my texts way early in the morning and super late at night now. Don't worry, Sangwan. With how hard you guys work, both of you will make it through. I know it. I want to believe that, so I show her a smile and a nod. Just a few minutes at the station by myself. Tried by jet. Hey, you made it. Did you doubt it, I will? Almost noon. We're refresh the bracket side for the next 7 minutes. Even if this doesn't turn out how I wanted to, it's a comfort to know we haven't lost these familiar interactions. Miss those ways, happy to listen with recount our matches from the qualifier. It's these new maps, we have to pay so greedy on them. It's not even greed anymore. I feel bad for people that build their careers around hard and fast all-ins, or even just the threat of them. Still favor aggressive play. It's part of being a protest anyway. Huh? I can't say how to define myself, but round is just boring of way of putting it. You're not the one who gets to define it anyway. That's up to the fans. Well, the commentators really. You lean into your opponents, you're flexible, the game's tempo matters as much as your initial game plan. Like a tricky style that's somehow honest. If I had to give you an over-the-top guy to like a custom, I call it Honor Among Thieves. I want for her to laugh or at least cringe, but it doesn't come. She's too focused on the fresh screen in front of her. Oh, the matches were both. Ah, they're against each other, can you wanna see? They're against each other. Uh-oh. Oh, what has the two of us locked into a long stare? Even she doesn't have anything to say now. Looks squints at just screen and then takes a long drag. Featured match. Does that mean? No. Isn't fair. That says nothing, but it looks this way. Well, I could just sit there. Ready? Let's go to. Sorry, means both of you just got back together. I know you guys can practice together now, but you can't even talk? This is the way of things as they are. Nothing to be done about it. Prepares his target and Asher and steps away. 3 words left in his wake. Nothing but fight. I'll see you soon, Jet. Good luck, someone. Because I'm wherever you are. And a few of my teams are watching me. One of the colorful match shows on the screen. These seems aggressively awkward. He asks a question that he must already know the answer to. Everything alright? Taiwan? My back on the desk, considering it unrepentant. I'll win. If I'm only with your help. You will? So I'm gonna finish against her. Okay. Just save here. And leave. Okay, that's more than enough for today. I want to thank everyone that was here today. Thank you very much indeed. We'll see you tomorrow or the next stream. Love you all.